Uh, my whole screen just things seem to be worse. Something's going on with my screen, but we're gonna move ever onward. Okay, I'll put that up there. Warning: my screen is doing something really funky visually, but things seem to be working for the moment. So just be aware. I might fully crash. I don't know. I don't know. But we'll find out, won't we? In the meantime, while we're waiting for that to happen, let's get to our calendar. So, Warlords all. The Knights of the Scorched Earth have completed their first successful war front here against the Iron Fey, proving themselves experienced and skilled commanders in battle. Um, Actually, let's go to the map and review that because that's going to need to come up at some point anyway. So, as you guys stand in the Summerlands, having hijacked a mech and defeated its commander and claimed the village in the name of the Green Fey and such, much has changed on the battle map. You guys have claimed the village to the south of Ari, as it is known, thanks to splitting, just straight up dividing half of your army. And Fort Wotton are yours claimed now. But more importantly, supply lines have been cut out in the north. You guys have claimed the village of Stagengrad, and any supply lines that intend to come into the region will be halted on their advance. Hopefully, you'll be able to hold that line while you claim the rest of the region. But as the hours pass on and the many troopers of the army that lingered in Stalingrad have been decimated by all of you. Done very well, and as it is, we're going to skim over it a little bit, but as it is in war, several battles take place. Little pockets of resistance, nothing that you guys need to be terribly concerned about, just sort of remnants of the army trying to possibly make another advance under the direction of some really lazy, poor commander or retreating. Either way, Stalingrad, Fort Wallen, and Eri have been claimed by the armies of the Feywild. Losses have been taken on both sides, but you better believe the Iron Fey took a large hit. And that's where we kind of are today. We'll take a look at the map in a moment, but you guys stand in the village of Stalingrad, where the assembled army of the Green Fey and the Dryads of Velenestra's troop. These two armies have come together, and here you stand in the village celebrating the return of this Fey village, as no doubt Jace sort of like a wasp stuck in a room in the mech trying to fly around in it. And all of you just have a moment to celebrate as the gates are open and the last of the soldiers are defeated. The nymphs and sylphs and dryads and satyrs all come charging in, happy as can be, celebrating the first great victory in the war against the Iron Fey. Truly, the first great victory. Is there anything you guys would like to do in the aftermath of this tremendous victory?
Well, yeah, let's, well, I wouldn't mind having a look about to see if there's anything of importance. So, the main, looking at it, what would be the main building like the commanders would have been in?
The main commander probably set up shop in here. Don't worry, the individuals that are currently inside, they wouldn't be. But what was once an inn and tavern has been reverted to a sort of barracks. And the barracks is stashed full of weaponry. Obviously, Iron Fey weaponry that none of you really know how to use. And more importantly, are very painful to the touch of any dryad or any Fey creature who comes near to it. So it's sort of like a barracks / munitions building.
I'd be all right to touch them.
You would. You pick it up. You're not sure how it works or how to use it, but it's there. You got it in your hand.
Okay. Is there any plans or anything, as in battle maps, that they would have left about.
Make me an investigation check. Oh God, like there.
Oh crap, that's 2. So yeah, 2.
Or like you stub your toe at one point, and kind of forget what you were doing because you're so pissed off. And you
Yeah. Okay.
Does anyone else want to try and help out where Horlick left off?
Vivian, I'll give it a try.
Sure, make me an investigation check. Horlick's jumping around the corner in 1 foot, just cursing.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I didn't think this character had good investigation. Oh, that's not a bad roll. 14.
14. Yeah, none too hard. You go up to like the larger room upstairs and find like commander's bunk, whatever. And you find that there is a sort of what you would know to be like a war table that does indeed have sort of maps and plans of the region. It might be hard to resist a smirk as they have struggled to actually map the region. Per the Feywild being what it is notoriously hard to track because distance is determined by like competence. So one soldier claims it was 7 days, another soldier claims it was an hour, and but they have a general idea of direction at least, and they have tracked out not only this region. Well, this region is really fun, like in their track. Like distances are all fucked, but the region behind them, the next region that you would probably ford into, they've dubbed No Man's Land, and essentially like it's just a swath of like not even desert, but just like badland, because like nature has fallen away. Nature's pretty much died out due to the approach of the Iron Fey. And so that's the next region where basically all that happens there is supply lines move through it. And then onward, there is a number of like, that's not true. The only thing that will be marked is, it just says like, oh God, what is it? It says capital city Pandora. And that seems to be like the sort of like little star beside it. You get the sense that's where the supply, like that is the front of the war in the Iron Fey. That's where all the supplies are coming from. That's where the top command's coming from, and that's sort of the train of operations in this war.
Pandorian.
Pandorium, yes, that is the name of the capital city, Pandorium. That's like the Washington D.C. of the Iron Fey. That is the White House.
So Vivienne is a cartographer.
Right.
So I'm gonna have my mage hand make a copy of it in case we want to give a copy to Zybilna.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not gonna make you roll for it if you're proficient. It's pretty standard practice just to copy a map. No problem. Yep. Takes a little time, but you do it, no problem.
Okay, so Vivian, Brock, do you think there's any worth of checking out the rest of the buildings in this village, or do you want to try and have a look at the ones that were over the water? You know, where we first started, by where the trucks were. There was that other building across the water.
I don't think there's anything necessarily of worth in this town. Do want to make sure it stays secure, but I think we can keep making moves tonight.
Yeah.
This is valuable.
Well, we do have the was it the satyrs that were there? That's right. They can stay around here, keep an eye out.
Yeah, the Green Fey army is there. We'll go to the war map just so that because like you would get numbers on like how far it's deteriorated. So I'm just gonna hop over there real quick, give you some information.
Do we?
Yeah. So if you guys want to sit down and begin planning next plans, like you can start doing that immediately if you want to. Absolutely.
I think
So-
certainly we need to determine which group we want to leave to hold this space.
Hmm.
Yep.
And how we want to deploy scouts.
Okay, so go ahead, please.
I was gonna say, presumably the Green Fey armies would stay here and hold this town and serve as watchdogs to see when their next supply would come in.
All right.
There's also a stockpile of weapons here. Do we have any way of just making them disappear?
I was going to suggest we destroy them also.
You better believe the people outside would be more than happy to set a little pyre and or stomp on them or whatever. They'd be
Don't
more than
stomp
happy
on
to
them.
make it. Yeah, maybe not stomp on them.
I was
But
thinking
certainly-
magically just poof them away, but yeah,
Okay.
If
just don't know.
if that's a thing that you can do, then by all means proof away.
Not me. I was
Keep in
asking
mind-
if anybody else could.
This is hundreds and hundreds of guns. Like this is munition to supply an entire army, so you have to be pretty significant.
And if we want to destroy the weapons and the vehicles, we can just put a couple of thunderbolts into a couple of trucks and get them all close and
Mhm.
let it chain reaction.
I have no idea what's gonna happen to him.
Yeah, that's true. You also, and that is a good point to keep in mind, is that you guys do have the benefit of manpower, right? Like you guys have magical, wicked, powerful spells, and if you can fix it like that, absolutely. But you could also tell the hundreds of satyrs and dryads around that if you need them to go do something, certainly do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of all the weaponry and trucks and what have you, so that they're out of commission. So that if they do send a bit more of an army or a force to try and take it back, they have to start from scratch again, which will give us a bit more time.
Absolutely. I'm forgetting her name, but the leader of the Green Fey that you met, that sort of the fawn that you met, she's got like her arm around this like dryad girl, and she's like, "You got it, boss," and she'll turn around and go tell the satyrs and dryads are like, "Break everything!" and everyone's like, "Woo!" and you just start hearing like the sounds of like crashing and cats like growling and explosions, and they just start tearing shit down for sure.
I don't think we wanted
Happily.
them to break everything.
Break literally everything is what they said. Everyone's like, yeah.
And if they can report back to us any weak spots on the tanks, that'd be great while they're destroying them. I spread that word.
And also like something about weak points. Everyone's like, yeah, weak points.
You know, just real quick, could Vivian look at this tank, truck, whatever it is, and see if maybe I don't trust the Green Fey for that kind of task in
No,
particular.
You go down there and you see like a number of satyrs down there. One turns around, he's got a bit of a beer belly, and in his hair, he's got a mullet. He's a satyr with a mullet, and he's got like a bit of a belly. He goes, "Oh, you want to know how these trucks here explode? You know, we got a whole lineup of them, and we've been just, had a little fun. You want to know how these babies explode real kindle like?"
Actually, I would quite like that a lot.
All right. He goes, "Okay, gentlemen. All right, so get me some of that liquor." And they get up like, I don't know, a bottle. Basically make a Molotov cocktail. He goes, "All right, you see here them big things right under them wheels right there. All right, for some reason them things make a big kaboom. So you step right back. All right. Give him a good splash." And then one of the satyrs is like, "Whee!" and throws it, and it smashes against it. He goes, "Yeah, you gotta give it a minute. Let it melt. Let it melt the metal. Just give it a minute." Huge, like fucking mushroom cloud explosion goes off. Not nuclear, but certainly big enough that it probably makes your eyebrows sizzle a little bit. And all the satyrs jump around. They're like, "Yeah, woo, woo, yeah." shit. They tell you how best to explode a truck.
I like it. I'll go back and report to the guys.
Yeah, you see satyrs and they're like, okay, do it quick. And then like they're fucking around, like they're like grab a gun, like shoot it in the air real quick, and then like throw it because it burns their hands severely, and then they're just fucking around, and they're throwing them into a big pyre, dancing around the fire, and they're having a great time. It's madness. It's complete madness.
Soon they're going to invent gloves.
Yeah. Maybe one day.
Why do we not tell them to wear gloves? We should tell them to wear. I should wear gloves.
Do we look like we're the kind of people who like to wear clothing? Like look around at all of the naked dryads and sylphs and nymphs and satyrs that just are wearing the bare minimum. Like, you're trying to destroy our culture, our way of life.
Absolutely not.
Okay, but a bunch of people who have no idea how firearms work are throwing it into fire, not knowing if they're loaded.
That is correct.
In that moment, one of them throws
Yeah,
a
right.
grenade into the fire, and
Oh,
it
God.
goes off, and like 2 satyrs are fucking killed immediately, and they're like, okay, those ones are bombs, all right, don't do that anymore. And then they're like, make sure to pass it down along the camp. No, oh shit, all right, well, pass it along as fast as you can.
Might want to
And-
hang on to those.
Yeah, they basically got like big wood bats. They're like, all right, knock me up, and they're like knocking grenades into big piles of fire and just like throwing like on the ends of sticks, like swinging guns around, like throwing them in. Bullet goes off, shoots some guy in the leg, and it's fucking madness.
We're definitely gonna have to recapture the city.
Your whole army fucking murks itself by accident. I will. You know what? I'll tell you what.
But their
And with
morale
all
is
of the
good right now.
ammunitions- Yeah, morale's great. Don't get me wrong. That's the
That's
thing.
the whole thing. They were so low hours ago, and look at them now. They just need to blow up a little steam.
So that's the thing. Both the Dryad and Satyr armies are going to lose 4% in the process of eliminating the munitions because they're a bunch of dumbasses. But you better believe morale is as high as it goes. Like, typically I only give 1 morale for victory, but considering the Satyrs get to not only have victory, but like romp around with Dryads and Nymphs, they're happy as can be. So they're up to full morale.
4% of us died, but we're not gonna let that rain on our parade.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Well, technically 8% of the entire army, but it's and you see like this very small prisoner camp of soldiers because, like, again, 98% of them died. There's like that 2% of soldiers out there like, what the fuck? Like they're all like tied up and shit, and they're like just keeping their heads down. Bullets are flying everywhere, and bombs are going off, and trucks are exploding. It's like the fucking 4th of July out here.
So where to next?
Should we go meet up with Queen Titania and the Lady of Avalon?
Ygritte, who's there, say, "Oh, you want to know? Things are going pretty good in the Fall Court. They're claiming ground pretty quickly. There's only 1 fort in the Fall Lands, and they've already claimed it. So things are moving pretty well. Zabilma says, you know, don't worry, they got things handled. You just do you, unless you really want to, of course."
No, thank you. I was going to suggest we check in. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I got that direct link, baby. Don't you worry.
That's just so convenient. So anyway, do we want to speak to the queens and coordinate a second attack somewhere, or?
I think we just pick a spot on the board. And we can just show up there.
So, I
Okay.
mean, we do. Sorry, go on, Trey.
I can't imagine much has changed. We haven't actually been here that long, so everything that was reported to us before is probably still accurate.
Yeah, we'll say some because the Dryads move like wicked fast through the woods. So they will report to you what's gone on. And they'll basically say that there was astounding victories in both places. There were losses incurred, but still astounding victories in both places. The fort has been secured and claimed, and the farms have been saved. So on, so on. They have captured, they've obviously captured a number of tanks, destroyed a couple more, and yeah. But generally, it's been a successful raid.
How
I'd
much
say they have
time
few
has passed?
prisoners. Okay, that's a very good point because each battle is let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's been about 5 hours since you guys were begin, because each battle on the map took about an hour, maybe more. So it's been about 5 hours, but they report.
We also have to remember that other than us and the Dryads, none of the other forces can really move around really fast. So wherever we're going, it either has to be just us and the Dryads, or we have to go somewhere close to that's already been hit. Unless we're just going in by ourselves.
Yeah, which is not recommended.
So
You guys are strong, but not. Yeah. Please continue. Sorry.
Did we not send an emissary to those places over on the right-hand side at the bottom there? I can't remember the name of the place.
We did.
The
Lord of
farm
Trinkets.
here?
Yeah. No, not that one. The next one. To the right.
That's right. You did send the Trinket Lord to the Forgotten Man and the Prince of Twilight to Gallic, the witch. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Let me roll some quick checks to see how well that went.
I forgot about that. Thank you.
But it was only because I was reading my hastily written notes from last week. That was it. I remember.
Okay, so got good news and bad news is what you received. The Trinket Lord did fail to bring the Forgotten Man into the fold and sends his most dearest apologies, but he was very scared. However, the Prince of Twilight was able to retrieve from Gallic a boon of fate. So essentially, how that is going to work is that she is going to have she has given certain prophecies foretelling certain instances in the next battles to come, which is going to provide a misc bonus to all of the armies for the next instances of battle.
Okay.
That he is a part of?
No, just all the armies. Basically, the Prince of Fates and her sat down, and she spoke of a number of prophecies of things to come and things to watch out for, which is going to provide a misc +1 bonus to all of your armies for whatever your next set of battles are. Yeah, so she prophesies the immediate future.
I forgot to ask, when we were searching the supply base, did we find any radios?
I would say yeah, absolutely.
I will at least hold on to one of them, handheld one or
Yeah, they're handheld.
Okay.
Handheld, yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll take a few then and disperse them around.
Yeah, you guys all can
Other
take
conversations.
your
radio. Again, you're not entirely sure how they work, but I'm sure you all know walkie-talkie about the most complex instrument in the world. Someone sits you down, maybe they can figure out how that works. There's also and I will say, there are a number of other pieces of technology and such that are here that just look like a number of strange wiry boxes. Yeah, so as far as your knowledge base goes, you're oh, they brought tech. I don't know what they do, but maybe someone can find out. Who knows?
Okay. So looking at the map, we've sort of cut off the bottom third, which is ours now, up to the checkpoint on the left and the army over on the right-hand side by the river.
Yeah, you own the south. The next 3 instances of armies would be, this place called Silvervoss, which is a sort of roadside, not even a city, like a large town. There is the Zamira Ranch out in the middle of the Titherlands, and way isolated over here is the small mountain town of Muffins, which again is fairly icy. So those are the next instances you could start moving armies towards. And yes, the Dryads can move pretty instantly as long as there's trees to use, but there are other portions of the army that can move a little quicker than the other ones because they can fly, right? Unicorns and Pegasi can move much quicker than, say, just like the regular line.
So, seeing as we've got the fort in that area there, do we want to send the same groups that we've already split up to the one by the lake? Sorry, I didn't write the names down, even though you just said.
No, it's all good.
We should probably send the Swan Maidens down the river to investigate what that sea serpent is.
Okay. If you guys want to send the Swan Maidens, they can go and try and secure the Sea Serpent's alliance, possibly, or figure out if that's possible. Would you wish to send an Archfey with them to head negotiations?
Sure, this could be dangerous. Yeah.
Okay, so you've got Titania, you've got whatever this guy's name is, the leader of the fairy dragons and the pseudo dragons. There is Prince Aligarthus, who is not an Archfey, but was the leader of the farmers before you guys all came in. There is Iching Thurn, the leader of the Pegasi and Unicorns. And lastly, there is Carolon Bray, the ranger of the Or, of course, you could order them to pick up an Archfey from down here as they travel down the river.
Let's go with...
There's also Tuxel the Trinket Lord and the Prince of Fire.
Let's do the leader of the Unicorns.
Okay. Send Iching Thurn to travel with the Swan Maidens.
Yeah.
All right. Sweet. All right, those guys will make their way. And by water, they can travel pretty quick. And they will make their way to the lake, Kriegvogel, whatever, and attempt to secure the Sea Serpent's alliance. All right, what next? And as a note, Army 1 here was not decimated. There are a large number of prisoners. Not even a third, not even a quarter of their army was destroyed. So you have lots of prisoners that will need to either be looked out for or executed.
Kill them all. Sorry. Yeah, no, I'd say get rid of them because that's what the aim of the game is, isn't it? Get rid of them all out of the way.
It's a fair point. Philosophically, you're trying to get rid of them. You're not trying to live with them. All right. Send word to.
I'm happy to not kill the ones who don't come here.
That's fair. So you want to send out just like a general word to all of your armies to execute prisoners.
No prisoners.
Except one.
Except one.
So I want Commander Dertas alive.
There's only one. So you send out a general word that we are taking no prisoners in this war, except for the one warrior commander known as Commander Dertas. He's to be taken alive. Incredible. That is very rad of you all. Cool. So they are going to be gone. They're eliminated. And the satyrs are like, kill them all! Yeah! They're like, oh no! And you hear like the screams of murder as they're probably tossed on fire or or whatever horrors the satyrs and dryads subject them to.
Running around with grenades strapped to them. How fun.
Okay. So why don't we take this, because it seems like you want to claim each settlement. So why don't we take it settlement by settlement? You can decide how you want to deal with it. So let's start with this one over here. It's sort of the Crossroad Large Town. The Dryads report those supply lines are cut off. They do still have some supplies left over. So they're not going to be fully supplied, not like they were. They do have some supplies left over, obviously. But there's obviously the supply bonus is going to be much, much lower than it was. And they're in the town. They're not fully fortified, but they're there. So obviously the tactic so far is being you're sending Itching Fern and the Swan Maidens to try and recruit the Sea Serpent, perhaps to help in whatever battles to come. Is there any other plans or armies you'd like to send to attack?
I assume our nearby armies.
Yeah, the army that was at the fort, if we can move them up to the crossroads at least, on waiting on word from whatever happens with the Sea Serpent. Because if they can help, I think that would be an easier battle.
Excellent. So the armies of the crossroads. So you want to send. Sorry, just so I'm understanding, which army you actually want to send.
The army that's at the fort, not the farmers one.
Got it. So you want to send armies from the fort. Sorry. So I thought you said the fork, not the fort. So I was.
Yeah, from the fort to the fork in the road.
I understand. You want to send all your troops?
No.
No? Okay.
You want someone to hold the fort?
Fair enough. You want someone to hold the fort. Who would you like to leave behind to hold the fort? That's probably a good question to start with.
Do we have any, are any parties significantly hurt?
Yeah, let's go look at the casualty list. So, oh, right, I was doing them backwards. I was like, why are they all so high on casualties? So no, sorry, give me half a second, I apologize. I did it all very backwards and confused myself. They were like lost them too, so they had 6, my bad. Okay. So, the Summer Eladrin army that Limmerseed is leading, that Titania brought, it took 8% of its casualties. It lost 8% of its soldiers. There is an army. Oh god. Oh, that was very terrifying. There was a Summer army, or an army of Summer Eladrin that was reinforcing the fort. So if you wanted, they could add some of their troops to that army to sort of bring it back up to full, if you wanted. Transfer army soldiers from one army to the next. The Wild Hunt only lost 2% of their army, so they're doing pretty good. The Centaurs lost 10%, and the Summer Eladrin lost 9% of their army. I think the Dryad would send word that the Centaurs and the Wild Hunt have been talking, and they'd very much like the opportunity to perform a cavalry charge across the field to hit that ranch, if you'd allow.
Yeah, they make way more sense than the Eladrin.
Got it. So you wanna confirm what they want to do, and they just basically want to like charge down that ranch together. You're cool with
Yeah,
that?
even if we say no, they're gonna do it anyway.
So
They're
what
having
about
fun.
throwing the Pegasi along with them? Because it may as well go full mounted cavalry with that.
All right, you want to send the Pegasi and unicorns as well?
But I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Do they need another commander?
They are currently commanded by the Lord of the Hunt and Scarlet the Oaklord. So those two armies are
perfect.
And those are veteran commanders too. Those are both very skilled commanders.
So they sent the Pegasi commander with to go to the
Yeah, with the Swan Maidens.
Yeah,
So they're
yeah.
currently commanded.
Yeah, we can send the unicorns over to reinforce.
Okay, cool. Do you want to send a commander, or will you just like allow them to assign one from their own ranks?
Do they need a commander?
Like if they pull one from their troops, they're gonna pull the best that they've got, but it might not be as good as what you might select. So it could be good, it could be bad, but you're basically leaving it up to them to select who they want to be. And they're obviously gonna pick the best they got.
Do we have anybody that's not currently occupied?
Yes. You've got the Prince of Twilight and Tuxel the Trinket Lord. The last session, you guys did agree that they're probably not the best commanders, which is why you sent them to go do diplomacy stuff. There's also, of course, Prince Aligarthus, who was rallying the farmers. Again, not an Archfey, but I think reports would say that he seemed to be doing a fairly good job rallying these farmers despite the odds.
Sure, let's send Aligarthus out there too.
All right, Aligarthus commanding army of Pegasize and unicorns. Oh man, he's becoming a warlord out there. Man, what an attractive individual, Trixie.
Trixie's just like every time everyone says his name, she's just like, damn it.
Oh wait, is this the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You didn't see my reaction the first time you mentioned his name?
Mhm.
Like,
Oh, I did,
I
but
saw
I
your
didn't know what it
reaction.
meant.
Got a whole
like-
bag of holding full of letters.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a bag of holding full of letters back at the Prince or the Palace of Heart's Desire, full of letters from him to
I haven't
Trixie.
received any in a while, so maybe he's latched onto somebody else.
Probably got lost in the mail because there were so many. They just put it in the box over there and forgot to give it to you.
No, Commander
He's gonna be
Dertas
like,
is holding
I
on to all
wrote
of
you every day for a year. When he shows up. It's not over. It's still not over.
Oh no.
So that's going to be Prince Aligarthus actually is quite the veteran commander. He will be doing pretty good for the unicorns. So I'll go through and do bonuses later. But anyways, as long as we're doing it, is there anything else you want to send towards the ranch, or are you pretty happy with the reinforcements they've got?
I think that's most probably decent one because I don't think that army is going to be as big as most probably the one by the lake.
Got it. Yeah,
when
that's
you
a pretty.
think about the areas.
Yeah, that's a pretty big army. Yeah, and they're all horseback cavalry. It's gonna be cool. You're gonna wish you were there. Anyway, returning back to the original, so you've got Iching Thurn and the Swan Maidens attempting to rally the Sea Serpent. You wanted to send troops from Fort Wotton to go attack Silvervoss. So my question to you is, who are you leaving behind? Because it sounds like everyone else is going.
Do you just want to leave the Summer there?
The ones that were holding the fort
Yeah. already.
originally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you, because they did take some losses, they took 6% losses out of 100. Do you want to reinforce them with the Summer Army? Or vice versa?
Yeah, let's even them out.
Even them out. Okay, so they took an 8 loss, they took a 6 loss, so they'll both go to a 7 loss.
Yeah.
Got it.
Makes sense.
Or sorry, yeah, 7 loss,
Yeah.
that's right.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's correct, sorry. So some of the troops from the fort are going to reinforce Titania's army. Sick! And they will hold the fort. But everybody else is going up the field to attack over there. Sounds
Are we gonna
good.
go help them?
You're welcome to do whatever you guys want.
Because-
Yeah, if you want to go help.
We can go anywhere.
Well, I was thinking if we send everybody but the pseudo dragons up to help that battle up there, we can go down to the river, the one on the right hand side of the map by the river.
Oh, these guys
have a
over here?
scout- Yeah, so that one there, and have a scout at that one and see what's there, because that seems to be a very weird place for just that one force to be, seeing as there's nothing else on that area.
Okay. If you want scouts, honestly, you can send any army to go scout. You can send the Dryads to go scout, if you want, because they've been doing a pretty good job so far, and they
They've
move
been
really
great at
quick.
it.
Okay. Sweet. So the Dryads in Velanestra, unless you wanted to leave Velanestra to command the Green Army, the Green Fey.
Well, they
Leave
can
the-
always go back, can't they, once they've scouted and told us what's going on if they're very quick moving.
Sorry, say that again.
So the Dryads, they can always go back and reinforce the Green Army once they've done the scouting.
Yeah. Like, obviously, there is an amount of speed that news gets from one place to another, and you can certainly say, like, honestly, I've been assuming it anyway, that you guys are just, like, keeping, like, a couple Dryads with each army.
Yeah.
And they're functioning as a communique.
Okay.
So you know, word can probably get there to them, and they might be able to help reinforce, depending on how fast they get the word. But they probably get people. So we're gonna send the Dryads to the southern village to do a thorough scout and see what it is they're trying to plan. And just as a last question, Velanestra, the Archfey, is she staying in the village or is she going with the Dryads?
I
As a
think
commander.
she'd be better off staying at the village just in case.
Yeah.
The green, yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Got it. Yeah, and they've taken pretty decent casualties, the Green Fey. So, you know, might be good to be reinforced with the commander. All right, very good. Sweet. We have the armies down here in the farm. The Ranger army, the Small Dragon army. We got the Sprites, and we got a number of Archfey. Did you want to leave an army to protect the farms? Where did you want to do with these armies?
I mean, they're pretty central. I mean, how do we think they're going to get attacked from that side? Or do we think they're going to be all right? Because we're moving that way anyway, so they should be relatively safe.
You could start transporting them, like, across the map to begin to make their way towards, say, maybe you want them interacting with some people in the forest, or maybe you want them to, like, do a sort of stealthy approach to try and go for here, whatever you want to do.
I think it'd be easier if the Rangers and that go that way. Because who have we got down there? Sorry, the Pseudo Dragons, the Rangers, and
the Sprites. So they're like, yeah, they're Sprite Knights. So they're like pixies, basically, little knights.
Would you want them to scout the forest? Because there's two different sections in the forest, isn't there, as well?
Yeah, there was the Ifriti and Enchantress, who seem to be sort of centrally in command of the region. One watches over this place called Hunger's Hollow, where a large army of gnolls chills out. And then an army across the way of Oread, which are basically fire knights, who are chilling in the forest of torches, and they kind of keep control of them, make sure they don't burn everything down. And as a reminder, there was also this infamous Lady of the White Well, Archfey, over to the east, who Titania says didn't come to call because she is bound to the rivers, so she could not physically leave to come join your army. But Titania says that she is a pretty mysterious and interesting individual, even to her. So yeah, if you want to send your armies to the Central Forest to, like, maybe one goes to the Burnt Cottage, maybe one goes to the Hunger's Hollow, whatever you want to do.
All right, let's see who do we want to send where?
I think the Rangers would most probably be maybe more suited to go to the
Burnt cottage.
the burning cottage.
Yeah.
I think.
Last thing I'll say is that if at any point you intend to actually assault this place and you want to use these armies, you're going to have to get there, right? They're gonna have to travel. Like these guys are getting there pretty quick because they're all on horseback, so they move pretty quick. And these guys are moving up the road because the road gives them some speed as well. But traveling right over just like wildlands on foot, well, these guys can fly, and rangers are pretty good travelers, but it's still going to take some time for them to get there. So you could start moving them in that direction as another option, so that whenever that phase of the war shows up, there's an army standing by ready to attack.
So what about putting them on the edge of the forest for the minute till we find out what the dryads come back?
Okay.
So yeah, just about there on that
So, like,
peninsula bit.
here, kind of.
And at least that way they're close enough to either way that we want to go.
Got it. So they'll start moving that way.
You probably send everybody that way.
Got it. The Rangers are going to get to about here. I'll give them a little more. How much did I say this was worth? About 50 units. Yeah, that's about right. And then these guys can do about double because they're flying about as straight as the bird flies. Yeah, take some time to move. Did you want the Prince of Twilight or the Trinket Lord to do anything special, or are they going with the army?
Maybe the Trinket Lord can stay behind and help hold down this fort.
Okay, cool. And the Prince of Twilight is going with these guys?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Battle plans drawn. Very sweet. Very, very cool. Last question. What is the Knights of the Scorched Earth doing? How do they intend to aid in the war effort in this next instance?
I'm thinking we wait until we hear back from the scouting party as to what's going on to
I
the
agree.
town to the right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Absolutely. And I will say there's also the option that you guys, because again, the Dryads can transport pretty quickly and give news. If you guys wanted to sit back and let all the armies do their thing, and then the ones that look maybe aren't doing so good, or you personally want to help out with in the midst of it, you can jump in between battle instances. So after I rolled one, you'd be like, oh, now you'd like to jump in with your transport via planes. So just keep in mind that's an option too. You guys are very flexible what you guys want to do because you're very magical. Sweet. So you give word for the armies to move. All of that is going to take probably a day to happen because the armies need to rest, and they need to get up, and they need to walk, and that takes time. So battle plans are
long rest.
Well, let's see how it goes. If there's any issues, you all want to just go to the long rest or the long rest up? All right, you guys wait for the whooping and whooping and hollering to cease, and you guys will all get a long rest. There's no sign of immediate counterattack or anything like that. And eventually all of the satyrs and nymphs all find themselves exhausted, whether it be through whatever means of labor they decide to achieve this evening. And you all will get a long rest, and your army will be rested as well. Okay. The storm of Horlick and Trixie comes to an end. As you wake the next morning, is there anything else that you wanted to do? Perhaps any sort of, I don't know, offerings to a certain war god who gave your entire army a +1 bonus? Maybe keep them happy, possibly.
Yeah. I'll just take time out in a room somewhere on my own. I'll go down onto one knee and just, Thormod, I thank you for your aid and gracious gift to our armies. We are still in the thick of battle and will need your help. Please, as your avatar, send me a boon that we can use.
You will hear the presence of the Storm Lord resound in your mind. This is Orlick. You have proved yourself, as ever, a capable warlord. The Iron Fey are formidable, and you have brought them desolation. I am very pleased with your progress. Continue to make this burning offering their weapons as you travel, and I will continue to give you my support. Go, my avatar, and meet them with wrath. And there'll be a little... and then you may go to bed. The Stormlord is pleased. Maybe it was slightly inadvertent, but he is going to accept the burning and exploding of the various trucks and munitions and stuff as a personal offering to him. And he basically says, if you keep doing that, I'll keep giving you my blessing.
So,
Yep. Destroying the weapons of your enemy and offering them to your god is a pretty hardcore way to keep your war god happy. So he will continue to provide his +1 bucks.
right.
Sweet. All right. Is there anything else you guys would like to do this morning? Oh, yep, Vivian.
Actually, I should have thought about it because I would have liked to have done this the night before, but whatever. I need to think on a problem, and I don't know if it's going to be an insight check or an arcana check or what.
Okay.
And I don't know if this is going to go anywhere either. I'm just going to see if I can figure it out.
Yeah.
So Viv, intuits magic, doesn't study it, didn't really understand the wish spell when she first tried to. That's fine. She had a good plan B. Plan B worked.
Right.
So if I were to word it as such.
It doesn't work like that. The wish spell does not work like that. You don't get to ask me if your wording will work.
Well, no. I can't roll an insight check on it.
Nope.
Shit.
You, Vivian, can ask. You can wish for something, and then I will decide what happens next. No, I'm afraid that the reason why I think wish exists is because of that second paragraph. If you were able to negate that second paragraph with a roll,
no, I don't mind rolling for the 33. I'm above the table. I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah. So okay.
Above the table, I'm trying to figure it out and I don't get it. I'm sorry. I tried to roll.
No problem. I thought I'll explain what I thought you were trying to do. Sorry. No, don't be sorry at all. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna open up Wish and read it to you because it is a bit of a complex spell.
What I have gathered is that if I can cast any spell 8th level or lower just by wishing to cast that spell, is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you don't need components either.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 2 sections to the spell. The first is like what you can do by casting Wish without terrible consequence, basically. And there's a list of things you can do, such as, indeed, cast a spell of 8th level or lower, without having to meet its requirements, such as costly components. And then there's a list of other things you can do, like wealth and hit point regeneration, and it gives you a list of little things.
And those things don't trigger the percentage dice. Okay, because I thought those things did.
Well, let me check.
Again, this is me not understanding the spell. I thought that it was the 8th level thing or not, like the 8th level spell or lower, no worries. Anything else was a roll of the dice if you can ever do it again.
It states the stress of casting the spell to produce any effect other than to duplicate another spell weakens you. After enduring the stress each time you cast the spell. Okay, So the only thing you can do without possibly without the damage
some other things
and
too.
the strength drop. No, not those things. So the only thing you can do without weakening yourself is produce a spell weaker than Wish, and that's it. Anything else, and you risk, you risk exhaustion and possibly losing the ability to cast the spell.
All right, so I understand about the losing the ability to cast the spell. Like that part I've got. It's the exhaustion that I'm not sure of. If I'm understanding, as soon as you cast the spell, until you take a long rest, any spell you cast, cantrip, whatever, would essentially be for her 90 d10 damage. Because it's
1d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell.
It's not not wish, it's per level of the, okay, got it. All right, but anytime you cast a spell until you get a long rest. Now, as an Eladrin, is that long rest is it a trance, or is it even she needs?
It's a trance.
It's a full sleep. Okay, cool.
Does that mean you could still cast cantrips?
Yeah, cantrips are fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the next piece, the strength modifier is that your strength is now 3 for the next D4 days, and you have to have a long rest.
For the next 2d4 days, yes. And then if you decide to do literally nothing that day other than just take rest, you can cut it in half. That does not include downtime. That does not include like extraneous activity. If you decide to just like basically lay there and read a book, you can cut it in half.
Okay.
Yeah. But anything more, including the recommendations, such as you create an object of 25,000 gold piece in value that isn't a magic item, or so on and so forth, you risk losing the spell. And the more intense you ask for, so like those things, if you just say to me, I want to create, I wish for an object up to 25,000, it's just going to happen. Like those things are not terribly hard for the wish spell. You ask for more than that, then I start to use interpretation against you. And the spell will, and I'll tell you what, roll me an Arcana check and I'll give you a little tiny hint.
And again, this is just player not getting it. 14.
14. All I'll say is that
I lied, not 14. That is a +7, not a +1. I apologize. So dirty 20.
Okay, much better. So, like a lot of things, it is going to try and give you what you want. There's going to be a balance. So basically, you got like a chart, right? It's going to try and give you exactly what you want, but the more you ask for, the more cheap it's going to try and be. So it's always going to try and use the least amount of magical power possible. So if you say like, I wish the gods didn't exist, it is far easier for your soul to be destroyed and banished in the world than it is to destroy and banish the souls of every god. So it'll be like, okay, great, you don't want the gods to exist, you don't have to be around for the gods, and you get fucked up. So that's the idea. It will, the more above those things you ask, the more it's going to try and interpret things in a cheaper way. It's not going to be like the moment you ask for 25,000 1 gold piece value, it's going to try and fuck you hard. But it will start to move in that direction of like, let's try and twist your words to make less, to save us some magical power. Yeah. So the more potent the ask, the more it's going to try and screw you up.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Cool. Cool. Did you want to use the wish spell? After all that?
Not right now.
Okay.
I can't be potentially a sitting duck for 8 days without talking it over with the team.
You just lose your strength. Like, do you use your strength for anything?
I don't use my strength for anything, but I thought that meant you literally were incapable of moving or sitting a horse.
No, not really. Hard to carry all your equipment, but not really.
Well, your heavy bones.
Yeah, your bones are sure. Like, yeah, you're limping along a little bit, but your stats aren't going to be fucked up. Like, you can still move 30 feet, whatever.
No.
Or you can just cast a different cool high level spell.
Doesn't say anywhere in there that you can't walk.
All right. I am going to think on it for another night, but we will have another night for me to do that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're gonna have the strength of a fucking like poodle, but you're you can still walk. You're good. You're gonna look like an old man while you're doing it, but you're
I
good.
can walk or sit a horse.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be more afraid of the 1 in 3 chance that you can't cast wishes one.
Yeah.
Just wish that doesn't happen. It's easy.
What happens
Just-
if I wish for more wishes?
I wish I don't have a 1/3 chance that I lose my wishes.
Yeah.
Great, we'll give you a 2/3 chance.
Yeah. No. I'm going to sleep on this. Thank you for helping me understand.
Character with 3 strength might be a weakling who cannot effectively wield weapons or move with any speed and armor, but they're capable of normal human functions. So it doesn't really matter for you, Vivian. You don't use the only weapon that you seem to want to use is the one that utilizes your charisma, and your armor is like light leather armor, which might as well just be a heavy coat. So you're fine. If it was Horlick in heavy armor, like, might be another story, but
Oh, well, you know what? I'm feeling excessively Fey.
Let's hear it. Okay.
I feel like this is going to be the bane of my existence, Titania stepping in with her damn wand.
And I believe I've said this to you, Nith Royale, as well. If you're ever going to cast Witch, you don't just say it, because I need to hear the exact words. If you're gonna say, you need to say to me, I'm about to cast Wish, so I can be ready to hear you verbatim.
I understand.
So, all right, sounds like you're about to. I'm ready to go. State what Vivian says.
I wish to be able to cast as per the wizard spell or druid spell. Is it shapeshift or shape change? I better figure that one out. Sorry.
Okay, I want you to pause. Because this all counts. Spell.
Shape change is the name of the spell. Okay.
What did you say? What did she say? She said shape change
Shape
or
change.
foresight?
No.
No. You said shape change or foresight.
I did not.
And you said, which one was it?
The words foresight never came out of my mouth. It was shape change or shape shift. I couldn't remember.
Yep, that sounds right.
Oh.
And then I would stop it at the period where you begin to talk about other stuff. Okay. Shape change or shape shift?
I wish to be able to cast the shape change spell.
Okay. 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 In this moment, all right. In this moment, a number of things happen. Okay. Yeah. A number of things happen. The first of which is anyone who are you near anyone when you do this, or are you just like in your room alone, look at the ceiling and cast a spell?
Oh, I did this, in my room right before bed or trance.
Got it. There is a reverberation through the power of the weave that sort of shimmers through the halls, and you guys are like, you felt the power of wish before, and you recognize that as what's happening. Surprised, Zithroil isn't here, so you can all do what you want. But you, Vivian, in your bed, you feel the horrible feeling of immediate atrophy as your muscles, your body mass shrivels up until you are like a barely able to walk senior citizen. The mere prospect of carrying your backpack seems to be like a distant possibility. And what happens, Vivian, is you feel a well of magic surge into you, and you are going to be able to cast the spell Shape Change once. You have one charge of Shape Change now, as you have cast this. I also need you to roll me D100. If you roll a 33 or lower,
Percentage dice are fine?
Yeah, percentage dice, yes.
Okay.
If you roll 33 or lower, you lose access to the spell Wish forever.
46.
46. You maintain access to the Wish spell, and you have one charge of Shape Change, and after which you will have lost the ability to cast it once more.
And
yeah, you saved yourself with the same, when you said, as per the Wizard Druid spell, you saved yourself from it giving you like a doppelganger power or something like that for a day. So, good job.
no, that was intentional. The player couldn't remember the natural name of the spell.
I understand, but that is also part of the spell, so be careful in the future.
What do I roll for recovery?
Nothing. This is you.
Mm-hmm.
This is you for the next couple days.
No, but isn't it I have to roll to see how many days?
I already did. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, then never mind.
Cool. And I would recommend you go back and thoroughly read the spell. Just go back and give it another review, give it another once over. Just to be prepared for next time.
I really tried to understand it by myself.
I know, yep. But doesn't hurt to have a second check. No worries. But I got your back. No worries. Okay, so you all feel that this shift, this tangling of the threads of the weave around you, and you're all like, well, that was weird. And turn over and go to bed. All right, and the next morning you wake up, you're all like sitting around, having a little chow this morning, and you see Vivian sort of like coming down the stairs like it was leg day. Sort of limping down the stairs, and you see her like thinner than a 90s supermodel.
You call that heroin chic.
There you go, exactly. Yeah.
Which we all that saw this before.
Yeah, you felt the shimmer in the magic last night, and you see her come down with the telltale signs of that, so you know what's up.
I think we need some food.
What did you wish for?
I've been playing around with some concepts for magic, and this particular meat suit, I don't think can physically do what this can do. So I'm going to shape change into something that I think can do what I wanted to do. Nightmare Dragon. It'll come in handy.
Okay.
It sounds like it would, especially when we get a bit further on in the game. This war will take a lot. So,
If I would have understood the spell better, I would have done this when we had 10 days of downtime. Hopefully I recover-ish quickly.
we're here to help, Vivian. Do not worry. We'll make sure you get where you get to.
So are our forces arriving today? Did they arrive in the night?
What?
Our forces. Didn't we send out armies to go do shit?
Oh, yeah, they're moving. They're on the move.
Oh, they're not going to get there today.
But they need to sleep as well. They're also
Oh, that's
sentient
right.
beings who require sleep and tending to injuries and such. So
Well, apparently so do we.
Yep, apparently so are you. Yep. That is the detriment of, as you have put it, Vivian, having a flesh suit requires maintenance. So we're all maintaining their flesh suits, and now they're on the move. So towards, I'll put it there, towards the end of the day, they will all be where they ought to be. Okay. So my question to you guys, is there anything you want to do today, or do you just want to like get to it? You want to get to the battle, get to the rolls, get to the things?
I'm good to get to it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
And we're just kind of keeping an eye and jumping in if we are needed. Is that the plan for us?
Or for board.
Yeah. Or if you're bored. Yeah, you guys are going to just sit here, and you guys can get reports and make moves as needed. Okay. Oh, but I'll tell you what, your dryads report back, for sure. They will have reported back by now, that's fine. Not too hard to scout. They report back that there is no unrest in the camp. They don't seem to be moving, but as far as their commander goes, he looks. They notice there's a nervousness in him. There is a sort of like, I don't know. They think that he knows about what's occurring in the war, and they think that he hasn't told any of the troops, or at least he's been told not to, and they have to stay there. They don't know the circumstances, but their belief is that the commander is aware of their losses in the south, and he has not told the troops, and they don't seem to be on the move. So things seem to be status quo as is, other than the commander's sort of nervous exterior. And that's it. That's all they can really note.
So there's nothing about numbers or.
Oh yeah, no, they report. Yeah, they report numbers. Sure, yeah, they'll absolutely report that stuff. As they do a very specific. That's true. So they are a full army. They have taken no casualties. It seems they're well reinforced. They aren't worn out. They are in good health. They are. They're going to be normally supplied. No magic. Their morale is fairly high, other than the commander. They seem to be in the belief that the Iron Fey are winning and are just rolling over the Fey and are in pretty high spirits. They're not a terribly experienced army. They seem to be like army regulars. They haven't really probably seen major combat yet. They're like There's not a lot of discipline. There's not a lot of like scars or veteran looks to them. And again, their commander seems to be a fairly standard commander, probably just picked from the ranks before he was sent to the field. So it's a fairly standard army. It's a standard army, but they will of course hold their bonuses for being Iron Fey. They will hold their bonuses for superior equipment. They have better arms. They are Iron Fey. And other than that, that seems to be them. So they're like, the best thing they got going for them is that they're Iron Fey. Other than that, they seem to be like an army of regulars who haven't really seen battle yet. And that's what they report.
So do we go squash them, or do we send somebody else to do it?
They're still an army. Like you can head in there and like do a little. I guess that's how you want to handle it. If you want, you guys can go in assassin like try and take out the commander. But the army will still exist, and the commander isn't like some great veteran commander that you're depriving the Iron Fey of. They'll probably replace him immediately with someone just as capable. So that's what the Dryads say. They're like, good, but I mean, he doesn't seem that important. It seems like he's just about as smart as anyone in the army. There'll probably be an effect on their morale, maybe, but not enough to like send them running to the hills. I don't know. But if you wanted to... Go ahead.
Sorry.
You're saying, but like, if you want...
Going on. Sorry, I'm going over here.
No worries.
We have got that group that's coming up, the Rangers and the Sprites and what have you. They're coming up. We could send them and go in and help them as well before we send them off to join up.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I will also say the Dryads say, other than that, they don't know why. They still don't really know why they're there. They don't, like, the Dryads aren't great tactical people. So they're like, we're not like any kind of like war tactic-y people. So it's not, we don't really know if we're missing something here. But it doesn't seem like they're gaining anything from being here. I mean, there's farmland, so they could be getting like, trying to get supplies, but it's not like they're a harvest or anything. And they're just kind of hanging out. They're not like mining or moving or scouting or anything. They're just kind of sitting there. So maybe we're missing something. But...
As a group.
Sorry, what was that?
So I think that should be our next target with the Rangers and the Sprites and the Pseudo Dragons, I think.
Do we want to go in with another storm first?
Can do.
That was very effective, I thought.
I don't think the Rangers will get there in time.
No. You could go in with
But-
Dryads. The Dryads are an army.
Why don't we let the fight play out, and then if all goes well, then we can go in with the Dryads to this place.
All right.
So we're gonna send the pixies, the pseudo dragons, and the dryads.
Yeah,
These
because they
guys-
should be able to make it over there. Maybe we redirect the Rangers to go to the burning hut, burning mansion, that way. Because once they hit the forest, they'll be able to move a bit quicker in there too, won't they?
Yeah, the forest is, depending on the unit, the forest could slow them down, but essentially the Rangers will function that like terrain can't slow them down, no matter what. They're moving through mountains, hills, forest. They're going to move just fine. Similar to like a flying creature. So you want to? Okay. Well, anyway, we'll deal with the next phase of battle when that comes up. But they all start to move out here. So Dryads So you want to leave the bulk of the Dryad forces just sort of like on their doorstep, ready to charge if you want to do that.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so the Dryads are just going to kind of like hang out at the forest edge because they're nowhere near forest, so it's a little hard to travel back and forth. They kind of got to pop in at the mountains and travel across the land. So they'll hang back. All right, if that's it, there's nothing else. Here is what we're going to do. And if there's no other RP or anything like that, which is totally fine, then I'm going to say let's go ahead and have a fairly early break. That's going to give me a chance to move some pieces and deal with the misc bonuses, but you guys having to sit around listen to me add numbers. So let's get the break out of the way. When we get back, we can do some rolls, get to the good stuff. Okay, we'll be back very soon. All right. Just about good. Is Mithroya with us? Maybe, maybe not. Oh,
Yes.
okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Got it. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's get to, oh God. God damn it, Reddit. You're killing me. Very cool, very cool. All right. Sorry, what was I doing? The war map. And screen share. Okay, the time is now for war. Put on that balance. Okay, everyone. I have a question for you. Which instance of war shall we begin with? Shall we begin with the cavalry charge across the Tinterlands to Zamaria Ranch? Or shall we begin the assault on Silverbox? Which one will be attacked first?
Can we do the supply dump in the middle with the centaurs?
Yeah, you want to do the big old cavalry charge in the center?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm
All
getting
right.
silly.
No, fair
Hey,
enough.
Ryan.
Yeah.
So if I were to do a commune with nature, are the trees like networked in any way? Like, would they be able to tell me like what's going on at a specific location?
Yes. So, two things, is that the treants you have assigned to ensuring supplies are being done and met, which works a little differently than how the modern world does things. Whereas they're sending trucks on down the road, you guys are using the literal trees to come alive and provide your armies with food and water and such. So as long as you're or Fadex, exactly. So as long as your armies are stationed anywhere near like a forest, the treants will provide. And then the dryads can use those trees to transport through and scout. But regardless, Commune with Nature works through nature itself. So as long as there is a blade of grass, a deserty landscape, as long as nature is there, you will be able to commune. So yes is the answer.
Okay. How many commune with natures do I need?
So are you doing a commune with nature?
Yeah. So the dryads, they didn't see. They like weren't in there. They were just like on the outskirts.
That's what they would explain. Yes, that they were scouting, not like infiltrating. They were observing and scouting. Yes.
Okay. Then yes, I will commune with nature. And
Okay.
I will ask. I reckon. Oh, could you do it? Like, do we have a treant like near us?
Not that you're aware of, but you could send someone to try and find one.
Okay, I'm just curious because if I commune with nature, this one treant would he be linked to the other treants?
The treant hive mind.
Yes.
Well,
Probably
let's
doesn't
read
work
the
that
spell. You briefly become one with nature and gain knowledge of the surrounding terrain in the outdoors. The spell gives you knowledge of the land within 3 miles of you. So, in caves and other natural underground settings, the radius is limited to 300 feet. The spell doesn't function where nature has been replaced by common construction, such as dungeons and towns, or to gain knowledge of 3 miles. So I will say this. You guys are in control of an Archfey army that does include both dryads and treants, which are dryads more than treants are literal spirits of nature. They're considered by many to be gods of nature. I will say yes. If you want to ping your commune nature like into the wilds, the treants will receive that, or the dryads will receive that, and be able to commune information back to you within the within this Summerlands region that you are battling. As a limited time offer because you are in command. And also, you have a buddy right there who's wielding the Sword of Summer that is connected to the Summer. So, for these many reasons, you may use the spell in the entire radius of the map, if you will.
Excellent. Being a data marine as its first. So I am going to ask, what are the fruits doing inside, and of what significance are these different locations?
Could you say that again?
What are the enemy combatants inside doing, and what is the significance of these locations to them?
Okay. I am going to say, as you ask about what they are doing inside, I'm going to say the spell does not function to you. As it does say, the spell doesn't function when nature has been replaced by construction. And considering the Iron Fey dominate, they are the bane of nature itself. So I'm going to say for that piece of information, you don't learn that, as they are a sort of black hole of nature. They don't exist there. What was the second question?
What is the significance of those locations?
They are nothing.
Yeah, so what you're asking isn't things that knowledge has, or what nature has knowledge of. As some examples, you gain 3 facts about your choice of the following subjects: terrains and bodies of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples, powerful celestials, fey, fiends, elementals, or undead, influences from other planes of existence and buildings. So it does say you can ask about this. No, I take it back. It does say you can ask about gain 3 facts about any of the following subjects. So you want to know. They can't tell you what's happening in the village because the Iron Fey are there, and they're a block. They're a dead zone in nature. But you can ask what are the significance of these areas.
Okay.
I think what nature pertains from the knowledge of the dryads and the wisdom of the treants, they surmise that these Iron Fey are dominating people. They want these places because these are places where the hard work has already been done, where nature has already been cultivated to create places that create food and water and manufacture grain. They want these places so that when they take the Feylands, they can move in. So they're trying to hold villages because they intend to keep them.
Okay.
This is a conquest. This isn't a... They're not trying to desolate the Feylands. They're trying to conquer them.
Wow. Respect.
So that's one piece of knowledge that you gain.
Got it.
Down to 3.
What advantageous natural formations are near these settlements, towns?
What advantageous natural things are around? Okay. And I assume you mean for battle.
Yeah, like
yes?
a cliff overlook. Yes.
Got it.
Like
so
cover
in a broader...
from trees, like...
Yeah, so the one thing that these guys have advantage for is that it's a fairly open plain. You can see the enemy coming from any direction. What their detriment is they have nowhere to retreat if they're cut off from the land. And just to be clear, you are asking about this one place, yes? You're not asking about every settlement, you're just asking about this one place?
All of them.
Well, I don't think. I think
I
that's
know
worth
it's
more
only
than
three
three
things.
facts.
I
Yeah, it's only
know,
three
but
things.
um,
So you can ask this. Just ask for a specific settlement.
yeah, what level is the
Is what?
Commune with Nature? Is that a
Fifth.
that's a 5th level spell? Oh, I can improve.
You could do it for their main holdout.
Yeah, I'll do it for the main holdout.
Okay. You want to know about advantageous natural things around the main settlement. So there's the forest. An army that could an army that could travel through the forest could be on their doorstep pretty quick without them knowing. They are surrounded by various lakes. The lake Kestrel, if you had like aquatic-based forces, they could approach pretty stealthily, pretty quickly on the water.
Okay. Ooh, the water nymphs could do an amphibious assault like the Navy SEALs.
The
The
Swan
Navy
Maidens.
swans.
Yeah, the Swan Maidens could probably approach on the water fairly stealthily and sort of surround. And I would say that's and there's only 2 major entrances and exits, one of which relies on bridges. So if those bridges were taken out, they couldn't fall back towards the mountains, which they're already kind of blocked off at. And if the main road was blocked, they'd be kind of stuck inside. They could hold out for a while.
Does the town have a drainage system into the river?
It is not. This is a Fey city.
Interesting.
Well, that would be your third question. Does it have a drainage system?
Yeah, I guess so.
I will give you the benefit of saying once more, it is a dead zone to know such specific information about the city's layout and access.
Okay.
It is a walled city, so the air is also another way to enter the city. So flying forces could get over the walls fairly well.
Yeah. Okay. With that information, I think I would give 2 possible points of impact for us. One of those being in the dead of night when the people on the walls can't see, we attack by the water, and we stage rangers in the woods to pick off sentries.
All right. I'll tell you what, Jace, keep that in the back of your mind because we're not attacking them right now, and we're fairly far out. And since we've already planned the tactics of the battle that is currently happening, we will do that. But hold on to that information because that'll probably be very valuable when they sue you.
The other one. For the other one with the rocks, where they can't get away, I would suggest to everyone that we try to scale those rocks so that we can get an overlook perspective of where they are.
All right. So once more, hold on to that, and maybe we'll do that when we plan tactics for that particular battle, but we're not there. So we're gonna, we just did tactics for this current battle, so we're gonna take care of that. But hold on to that information. I'll be valuable. Okay, so Jace is off doing communing with nature and sort of hive minding the spirits of nature and learning valuable information. In the meantime, you guys are receiving as much of a real-time update as is possible by creatures that transport via the trees, which is still tough. But anyway, we close in on Zamaria Ranch. It is, as you guys seen, what's that new not Star Wars spin-off, but kind of a Star Wars spin-off show with Tarek and Rebel Moon.
Oh, the Zack Snyder.
The Zack Snyder Rebel Moon. Okay, so we come into this ranch-like village, very similar to whatever the farm is that they're trying to protect. Very similar to that, except rather than backed by mountains, they're backed by a great verdant forest. The farmlands stretch out for miles, and all of the soldiers are all propped up in the village, meandering around, playing with their guns, sitting rather prepared, supplied, but not too well supplied. And the ground begins to rumble under their feet. They see the cups on the various tables begin to rattle, the water inside it begin to dribble, things fall off, and they all look around at each other and they go, "What is that? What's happening?" They go, "Check outside." This one sort of new recruit lugs himself outside, looks around, pulls out binoculars from his pack, looking around as he scans the side, very Luke Skywalker looking for C-3PO. He stops and sees, "I see something off in the distance. It looks like some kind of strange cloud." And as he zooms in, he sees a massive force of centaurs, wild riders and huntsmen, wild hounds, unicorns, just above the dust cloud, flying Pegasi. And very quickly that rumbling in the earth under all of their feet turns into just barely at the edge of their hearing this whooping, hollering, this mad war cry from the wild hunt, this screaming of carnage roar from the centaurs, and this, they can't help but hear it, this slight power of celestial might coming forth from them as the great now General Prince Aligarthus rides on Pegasi back into battle, points his sword forward alongside the Oak Lord and the Lord of the Hunt, and in this open plain, the cavalry is absolutely going to have an advantage. Thus, I have awarded you all a tactics award to the misc bonus of these guys, because cavalry on an open plain, that's hard to beat. So they are going to get a slight bonus. So I've decided I'm going to treat things a little differently. Rather than treat these all as single instances, we are going to go through each battle phase before we calculate morales to see if they flee, because they're going to get hit all at once by 3 armies, and then that will determine what happens with their morale, rather than single instances. I think that makes more sense. Okay, so to start, I want to see who wants to roll first. Who would like to take responsibility for an army's rolls?
I will.
Go ahead, Vivian. You were most excited.
Mhm.
All right, well, I heard Trixie first. We'll stick with Trixie. Maybe Vivian, you come up next. Trixie, is there an army you'd prefer to roll for? The unicorns, the centaurs, or the wild hunt?
Wild Hunt.
Wild hunt it is. Okay, so here is your bonus, Trixie. Their armor is slightly decayed, so 0 is going to be... They have a top-notch veteran commander. Their warriors are now veteran experience. Their morale is high. They're well supplied if it's just rode across the plains. And they have a better tactical advantage and the blessing of the Storm Lord. So they are going to gain a bonus of 7, 8. You're going to have a plus 14 to your roll. So I'm going to write that down so I remember. This army is going to have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they're going to have an additional. Come on, brain. So it's going to be. They're going to have a plus 9. They are well outnumbered, so they have lost some of their missed bonuses. Okay, Trixie, do you want me to roll first? Or do you want to roll first?
I'll roll first. Why not? We'll switch it up.
Okay, roll first. You have a plus 14 to your battle roll.
9 plus 14. I'm too tired to do math.
9 plus 14. That is
23.
23.
Or 23, yeah.
23. Excellent work. We're going to see if they can... We'll see what they got. They roll a 15 plus 9, which is a 24. So in the Wild Hunt's charge, they will be victorious. They will manage to hold fast against the Wild Hunt, which is blowing me away that the Wild Hunt keeps getting a little boned on their charge, because they're awesome. I think the Wild Hunt rocks. So let's deal with casualties. Let's get that out of the way. You guys only lost... Oh, we're doing morale. So no, we'll do the Wild Hunt's morale. So I need you to roll me a flat d20. Your DC is 6 to see if the Wild Hunt lose morale and retreat the field.
7.
7. They do not retreat the field. They are defeated in this moment, but they do not retreat. So they are going to maintain their morale, though they lost. And I will get casualty phase out of the way as well. Roll me a d20, Kirksey, to see how many casualties the Wild Hunt took.
Okay, I've rolled nothing but horrible rolls. Watch, this one will be high.
Okay.
6.
6.
Not too bad.
Okay, not too
So
bad.
my
not
dice
too
just
bad.
doesn't like to me. All low.
No problem. Okay, the Iron Fey lost 6. I'm gonna keep track of it here because I'm gonna base their morale roll on a cumulative casualties rather than one at a time. So they're gonna lose 6 to their army in casualties. Okay. Vivian, did you want to go next? Okay.
Yes, please.
Centaurs or unicorns?
Unicorns, please.
All right, unicorns. Because the unicorns are celestials, the Iron Fey are going to lose their iron bonus, as they will not farm them quite as intensely. They're going to be brought down to a +9. So it's a +9 versus a +9. It's pretty much just a roll of the dice who's going to win this one. So roll me a d20 +9, please.
Okay, that's not too bad. That is a 14 + 9.
14 + 9 is 23 again for the good guys. Iron Fey. A 13 + 9 is a 22. They lose the encounter just barely. It's all neck and neck around here.
I'll be back in a bit.
So they're roll me a d10 for your casualties. Oh man, they apparently didn't lose too many. They only take a 1 casualty. Yeah, that's a bummer.
And what should I roll for casualties?
You roll a d10.
Thank you. That was a 3.
That was a 3.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the Centaurs will lose 3 to their ranks. These guys should be at 7 points of casualty now. Okay. Come on, brain. Okay. Fantastic. Moving right along. And I'll narrate it in the very end. Oh, this is for the unicorns. I'm putting it on the Centaurs or something. So my apologies.
I'll roll for the centaurs.
All right, go for it. They lost 3 to their troops. Okay. Tell you what, Vivian, roll me a d4 because you had magic as part of your unicorn army. I forgot all about that. So, roll me a d4.
That was a 1.
That was a 1. Okay. So they will take 2. 2 to their morale stands. Man, my brain is just suddenly like crazy. Okay, understood. Last but not least, Brock. Yes, the Centaurs come charging in. The Centaurs are going to have a 3, 6, 7, 12, and then a 14 bonus, much like the Wild Hunt did. But the difference is the Centaurs do have Centaur mages and will have access to magic. Would you like to use the roll to cancel one of their bonuses, or would you like to save it to add to the battle or morale phase?
Let's save it to add to the battle or morale.
Okay, fantastic. With that, we come to the battle phase. You have a +14. You get to choose if you want to roll it before or after. Do you want me to roll first or you first?
You first.
Okay, so I have a +9 as before, Actually, I think I have a plus 14, actually. My apologies. Yeah, I have a plus 14. You have a plus 9. So they are at advantage here. I'm just going to go ahead and double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then they have... Oh, no, my apologies. They have the lower bonus. It's 9. So it's going to be 24. They rolled a decent 24. So that's your DC you got to meet.
24. And what's my bonus?
Your bonus is a plus 9. I'll double check it. 3, 6, 11. Oh no, I'm wrong. No, you have a plus 14. Sorry, go right ahead.
Okay, and I need to get 24.
And you need to get a 24. That's right. So you and Iron Fey aren't even dealing. Oh no, I'm mistaken. It's a 9. Yeah, so they got a 23 on there. I'm sorry, my math brain is fucking losing it.
Well, I got a 17 plus 14, 31.
Nice.
31. Do me a favor, roll the d4 on it now for magic to get to just to crush him a little extra.
3, so 34.
34, excellent. So they will have lost by... Ooh, very fun. They lost more than a variable of 10, which means that they don't get a morale. They just fail the morale roll. And because you rolled more than a 10, I'm going to consider this a devastating victory, which means that they are going to roll a d100 rather than a d20 for their casualties. So you go ahead and roll a d10 for the centaurs.
Uh, 7.
And a plus 7. What was that? Okay. 17. I'm gonna roll the d100 and see how many casualties they take. But you best believe their morale has lost and they're going to retreat the field. And I'll throw that in there too, just to see. No, they would have done fine on their morale first chance. They're going to lose 82% of their forces in the Centaur charge. Yeah, not great for the bad guys. So here is, and they're going to obviously lose a point of morale because they failed. So here's what's going to happen. Here's the play. They see them coming on the horizon. And everyone says like, everyone get ready, everyone get ready. And as they see this, the expert command, because you have 3 veteran, experienced commanders on the field. In a genius moment, Aligarthus calls over to the Oak Lord and says, "Fall back!" He goes, "I'm not falling back!" He says, "Trust me, you take the final charge!" And he sort of like looks over at the Hunt Lord, who just kind of shrugs at him, and he says, he gives a nod to Aligarthus, and the centaurs fall back, and the unicorns and the wild hunt sort of file into a double-filed sort of army. You don't hear exactly what Aligarthus says to the Hunt Lord, but in that moment, what can be heard is gunfire, as a resounding yell calls out and says, "Fire!" Bullets begin to fire out in a torrent. The unicorns take the brunt of the fall. A number of unicorns, Pegasi, very tragically fall to the ground on this field and will bleed upon this field. Members of the Wild Hunt will as well, but will very quickly begin to veer off as if going into a retreat. The Wild Hunt especially just takes a arc left as the gunfire is too heavy. And then the unicorns keep on straight and manage to actually get a good charge in and plow through just a small ranking on the right. And as the 2 armies separate to try and cover the falling back of the centaurs and the Wild Hunt, they leave their middle entirely open, forgetting that the centaurs were there, underestimating the size of the army. And the centaurs, without any resistance, plow through the center of the ranch. axes swinging. It's like the Rohirrim charging the orcs in the Battle of Gondor. They certainly earned the glory this day as the centaurs charge down the middle of the field and just plow across the ranch. Their ranged weapons are for naught. Axe is swung, hoof stomps, and the Iron Fey are decimated by the Centaur army that charges down the middle. Then the Wild Hunt and the Unicorns arc in. Actually, the Wild Hunt keeps going a little side. No, they come back in because they weren't brought into a retreat. As they arc out in that distraction, the Centaurs make their charge in the chaos. They come around and pincer strike down the middle, and another charge from either side just decimates the forces. They get hit from the center, then the right, then the left. It is a bloodbath. And in the end, only 11% of their army remains in a complete retreat. They just scream in retreat, and they are pushed back deep into the forest as they run. And with that, Zemiara Ranch has been claimed. Victory is had this day. We will see what those forces do. And we will come to the next steps thereafter. But first, we are going to go see how the other battle plays out. But in this moment, the ranch has been claimed, and the Tinterlands have been resolved of all Iron Fey forces. Now, to the left, we have some battles to resolve as well. So, first and foremost, these armies march. And how the playout goes is similar to the ranch. They take up battle formations as much as they can. You expect that their soldiers have heard that the fort was taken. They have escape routes ready, but they're ready to hold the land. Morale is strong. You just hear the commander sort of walking up and down the line, and he's saying, "We will not let these Fey savages take what we have claimed." And they all, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" And says, "When they appear on that horizon, riddle them with bullets. We are the Iron Fey. We are their bane." And everyone, and as they charge out in hurrah, holding on to what courage they can, well supplied by treants, just giant treants who follow them along and just sort of hand off food from the forest, nourishing your army. Squellic will walk along with the leprechaun army. They'll just sort of like sing and diddle-and-ding, not decayed in any way, shape, or form for having been not actually intervening in the fight. They just kind of sat back and watched. So they didn't actually fight. They just kind of like let everyone else fight. They were like, yippee-dee-dee, they did a great job. In that, there's the Spring Army where Morgan Le Fay marches. She need not speak any words, for at the front of her army, they know they cannot lose. And Glimmerseed, the great Eladrin war leader of the Summer Court, speaks to his men and says, "'Tis not the day we fall, for we are long, for we are storied, and for we have seen these trees when they were but saplings. We have rose with the forests, and we will not fall." And everyone sort of lets out a big war cry. The armies are ready to clash. Okay, I got a question. Horlick, which army would you like to take command? We're not going to worry about the Sea Serpent or the Swan Maidens. They have not arrived on the field yet. But out of these three armies, what would you like to take command?
I'll go with the Eladrins.
All right, the Summer Army of the Eladrins, a great and feared army. So, Iron Fey, I'm going to note my bonuses a little better over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well supplied for the moment. Oh no, they wouldn't be well supplied. They would be normally supplied. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they are well outnumbered. So they are going to gain another 4. So they have a +9 as before. And you are taking control of the Summer Fey. So the Summer Fey they are slightly decayed, but they have a good commander, 4 experience, morale, good supply lines, and a miss bonus. You're gonna have a +11 to your roll, and you will have the benefit of magic, my friend. So I ask you, Would you like to use your magic now to negate one of the Iron Fey's bonuses, or would you like to hold on to it for either the battle or morale phase?
I will hold on to it for a minute, please.
Okay, fantastic. The armies march against one another, and as the large town of Silvervoss does not have substantial defenses, not great large walls, they will not be well fortified, and as the armies march and clash, go ahead and make your roll. That'll be a plus 11.
13, so 24. Ah,
24.
common
Would you
number
like to,
tonight.
24 is very good. Would you like to add your D4 for magic now, or would you like to wait for the morale, the possible morale?
I'll leave it for the morale.
Okay, and morale roll only happens if you're defeated.
I'll add it now. Why not now?
Okay,
Change my mind.
fantastic. Yeah, just want to help you out.
So 3.
Very good. So that's going to be a 27. Incredible. The Iron Fey are going to have to beat a 27. Difficult. They roll a 14. 14 plus 9 is a 23. No victory for the Iron Fey. And they will lose by a margin of 4. Okay. So, do me a favor. Roll me a d10 for Summer Fey casualties.
5.
5. Okay. I will mark that off. And I'll roll a d20 for casualties to the Iron Fey. That is a 15. They're going to lose 15% of their army in this moment. Of 100. Fantastic. Okay, who's next? There is the Leprechaun army, and there is the Spring Fey army. Headed by Morgan Le Fay. Yes, Vivian, who would you like to take control of?
I'll take the Spring Army.
All right, Morgan Le Fay leads her army into battle. You, my friend, all right, so we're done with that one. So this is going to be Spring Fey. You're going to have a bonus of 3, 6, well supplied, that's 11, and a missed bonus of 1. That is going to be a plus 12 to your roll. I'm not sure what the difference was. Oh, it was the commander. Okay. Do me a favor. Give me, or do you want me to roll first, or do you want to roll first?
I'll roll first, but isn't there a magic thing that I have to determine?
Yes, you do have magic. So my question to you is, would you like to negate one of their potential bonuses? Yes. Okay. Which bonus would you like to negate?
Supply lines.
Supply lines. Okay. Their supply lines have already been severely reduced, but they will be reduced even further. So they are going to have a Zul bonus for that. All right. Go ahead. You have a. If you want to roll first, go ahead.
Sure.
That is a plus 12.
17 plus 12.
29.
Yes.
Incredible. And now they're going to try and possibly meet that. They'll have a -1 because their supply lines were cut. They do roll a natural 19. With an 8, that is only going to be a 27. They will still lose the encounter. And lose by a margin of 2 when we do their morale roll. Go ahead and roll me a d10 for losses to the Spring Army. And I'll roll a d20 for the losses to their army. That is an 8% loss to their army. And you got a 6, okay. Understood, understood. All right, we're almost there. Who would like to keep command of the Leprechauns?
I'll take him.
All right. The Leprechauns coming into the fight. All right, Leprechauns. They are not decayed, so they'll gain a bonus. Their commander is not a great war commander, but he's been around for a while. They have very good morale. Leprechauns are not great warriors, so they're going to be considered regulars. They're well supplied, so that's an 8. And the Mist brings them to 9. They're going to have a +9 in this battle, just the same as the Iron Fey. But they do have the benefit of magic. Would you like to use their magic now to try and cancel one of their modifiers? Or would you like to save it for the battle or morale phase?
Let's save it for the battle or morale.
Understood. All right. Would you like me to roll first or you?
You roll first.
All right. Understood. The Iron Fey roll. They roll only a 7, so 7 plus 9 that is a 16. You need to beat a 16, my friend.
Ooh, that is a 13. Do I get to roll my d4?
That is, you get to roll your d4, yep.
+3, 16.
16. Okay. How to resolve this? Because you both rolled against each other.
Stalemate.
It's a stalemate. So here is how I'm going to resolve the stalemate. You're both roll 16. Yeah.
Question. Was the Boon of Fate added?
The Boon of Fate was not added. That is a good point. We'll say in this moment, a certain fate is brought forward. The leprechauns use it to their advantage and win the fight instead. Very good, Horlid. Thank you for the reminder. So they lose by a margin of 1. Go ahead and roll me a d10 for the leprechauns. I will roll a d20 for their losses. They lose 14% of their army.
1.
A 1, they only lose 1% of their army. Pretty good. But they will be considered worn at this point as they have seen battle. And they're not at full capacity. Okay. Things are going very, very well. Before I calculate the morale, I go to the morale phase, I'm going to do a little narration. So, how things happen. The Summer Fey take the front of the line. As they bring their guns forward, they start firing on the Summer Fey lines. The Summer Fey are like sprinters because they have their Fey step. As they charge the fire line, they manage to teleport forward a little faster than one might expect, dodging some of the distance that they need to actually get to the front lines, shooting their bows as they go, taking out people who targeted them, and with their piercing Eladrin eyes, they're able to spot exactly who's aiming at them. And they charge the line, and they're able to skip most of the actual charge, and they get to the line and bring their summer swords down on the soldiers. It goes very well, and it's a devastating loss to their actual vanguard. Sort of jumping over and past them now that the front charge is done, because the leprechauns are not exactly courageous warriors. As they jump into the battle, the leprechauns begin to pull forth their magic. Leprechauns are nefarious tricksters. So utilizing the powers of charm and the powers of illusion, they begin to sow chaos in the army. Soldiers firing on other soldiers, leprechauns jumping on their back and stabbing them while they're distracted, and imagining commands from the commander. They're running around in circles, unable to figure out what they're doing. Supplies are down, they're just at a loss. And in the end, the Spring Army also makes the advance and comes up onto the right flank and similarly tears through their line with the power of Fey Step, sword, and bow at their side. Now, the army isn't doing good, but the battle is not yet over, as there is troops that do show up. The Swan Maidens and Ichingthern are going to arrive at the field of combat from the water and attack from the sea. In this instance, something is going to happen. I am going to call on a last rule set that I have not described yet in this mass combat setting called Epic Allies. In this moment, the Swan Maidens fly in on the back of their doves, not a terribly fearsome looking army. not until the head of a giant sea serpent emerges from the water, crashing out of the surface, letting out a torrential roar, and falls its mighty breath upon the enemy. And in this moment, they're going to be considered an epic ally, granting a reroll to the Swan Maidens in this next fight. So, Trixie, I believe you're the only one who's not rolled in this particular battle instance. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to take command of the Swan Maidens as they ride into battle with the benefit of a sea monster on their side. So, they are not decayed, because they did not fight in the last battle, so they're going to have a bonus of 1, 2, 3, 8. They will have the bonus of the witch. I've forgotten about her. So it's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10. You are going to have a plus 10 bonus to this roll. My question to you is, when using your magic, you want to use it now to cancel out one of their bonuses, or would you like to hold onto it to the battle or morale phase?
I'll hold it.
Okay. Go ahead, or do you want me to roll first, or do you want to roll first?
Go ahead.
All right. They have lost their original decay bonus at this point. They roll pretty good. That is going to be an 18 plus 8 is going to be a 26. Okay. Go ahead. They roll a 26. You have a plus 10. You need to roll a 16 or higher.
And you have a reroll.
And you
I
have a
have a
reroll.
reroll?
You have a reroll. That's what the benefit of the sea monster is.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that because I only rolled 10.
All right. Bring it
Okay.
on.
Let's hope this is better. I have not been doing well, guys. No, that's a 14.
A 14.
But I could
You
roll
have a
the D4.
Absolutely. You roll.
Don't be a 1.
Don't be a 1.
It's a 2. So.
A 2. So you roll the exact same again.
Yep.
Okay. 26. How to resolve this? You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna call it a rollies. We're just gonna see what we're gonna just do one more, just flat roll the dice. We're gonna see. You know what? I take it back. I am going to give it to the army that is least decayed. Because that just makes sense. In the end of the day, numbers win the fight. So you have no casualties. And they have quite a few. So I'm going to give you the victory because of that reason. But they're not going to take any morale detriment because of it. So you win the fight. Roll me a d10 for the Swan Maiden casualties. I will roll a d12.
3.
A 3. Okay, they take a 3. They are considered worn, so they'll lose their decay bonus. They're also going to be considered experienced soldiers now. They are now going to be considered experienced, so they will get a bonus there now. And as for the bad guys, they roll a 12 to their losses. Okay, so 6, 7. They need to roll a DC 12 on a flat D20 to maintain their morale. They do. They maintain their morale. So they're going to stay and they're going to duke it out. They're at about 0.5% of army strength at this point. So the armies are attacking. The Swan Maidens swooping in these last moments. And they're definitely falling back from their front line, but they are going to keep fighting. They have not lost morale so much that they've decided to flee the field in any way. So we're going to bring it back, get another round in there to see who wins the fight. Okay. Should move a little quicker now. So, Iron Fey, and then we're going to have... So their new bonus become... and I'm going to consider them injured at this point, because they have been getting their asses kicked. So they've got 1, 2, 3, and then they've got their 4 bonus. So it's going to be, they've got a 7 at this point. Okay. Let's go around just everyone who did it again. Trixie, why don't we just have you go again, because we're already where we're at. So you're gonna have the same roll as before, which is a +10, and you're still gonna have your reroll per the Sea Serpent. But if you don't use it, he can provide that reroll to somebody else. You also have magic. Would you like to use it now or later?
Oh, later. I rolled a 10 again.
A 10 again? Okay. I'll roll the Iron Fey.
Oh, Jesus.
They roll a 3.
Yeah, okay.
So give me that D4 roll to your battle roll for magic.
2.
2. Okay. For a total of?
That would be... I still have a +10, or do I have something more now? Because they have...
You have the +10. You have the 10 plus your...
Did they get
D4
another
bonus.
bonus for the command, though, or something?
No, don't
Did
worry
you
about
add
that.
some?
Experience.
I
Not yet?
just swapped. Yeah. So
22
you
then,
rolled
right?
22. Okay. So actually, that's it. We don't have to keep going. So you will beat them more than a margin of 10. They're going to lose their morale bonus down to 0, and they're going to quit the field. So what happens is everybody comes in and charges. There's an immediate miraculous battle. The Iron Fey fall back in the village to a more fortified position. And as the second wave comes in, for whatever reason, the Swan Maidens are pissed. They fly in a zealous fury and win by more than a margin of 10 in their battle and just decimate them. So in this instance, Trixie, roll me a d10 for the lost Swan Maiden.
The swans suddenly turned into Canadian geese.
Yeah.
Oh no, 8.
8. Okay. An unfortunate casualty rate, but it was well worth it, as it's going to be considering a devastating defeat to the enemy. They will roll a d100 for their losses. Could have been better. They rolled a 13 to their losses. But now their army is at half strength, and they quit the field. They jump in their trucks, and they decide to go away. They're all done. I'll leave it to you guys. Do you guys want to attack them in their... Those that are left, want to attack them in their retreat and continue to hit their decay? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
yeah.
Got it. So, as they're in retreat, who wants to go first? Leprechaun, spring, or summer?
Yeah,
Let's
go
let,
on.
Up next.
All right, Horlick, you're up. You're my summer friend. You are going to have a bonus of 1, 4, 5, 10. You are going to have a bonus of 11, my friend, as before. Would you like to use your magic now or later?
I'll use it after, please.
Okay, go for it. Plus 11.
13. It's 24. Oh my, and that's a 3. Brilliant. Yeah, so 16 plus 11, 27.
Ooh. 27. They only have a +6 roll now that their morale is docked. But they roll a natural 20 in this
Oh.
which would be 26.
which is 26, which is still a loss. They're already in retreat, so it won't affect their morale much. It won't be considering a devastating victory, but they still lose. The Summer Fey come up from the back and just slash them in the back as they fail to disengage properly. Roll me a d10.
2.
2. Okay. The enemy rolls only a 1, fittingly, for their casualties. Okay, why don't we go to Vivian? Vivian, your bonus is 6, 11, 11, 12. That's going to be a 13 to your bonus.
Okay.
I think so. It's 11. Yeah, 13. You have a plus 13. Would you like to use your magic now or later?
What else can I use the magic for other than supply lines? Like, what were the other options? I don't recall.
You can hold on to it to wait to apply it to either your battle or morale rolls, which you can choose to do after the rolls calculate.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that then.
All right, you hold on to your roll for a d4 later. Make me a roll with a plus 13.
All right, that's not bad. 13. So 13 plus 13 is 26.
26. Excellent.
I'm gonna.
Um,
I can add the D4 to that.
yes, you can.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. That is a 2. So
28.
28.
So 28 devastates their 16 roll. This is going to be considered another devastating defeat. On the retreat, the Spring Army is just waiting there for them. They're standing between them and their cars and their trucks and just start slaughtering them. Roll me a d10 for casualties to the Spring Army.
2.
2. Good job. For the worse. And they will roll another d100 as it's considered another devastating defeat. And they are going to lose a point of morale. They are... Oh, shit. Okay. In this moment, they're running for their trucks, their supply trucks. They're running for their jeeps. And as they leave the walls of their city to get into their supply trucks and whatever vehicles they can, the Spring Army is just there waiting. And they draw their swords and charge. A small amount of gunfire is let off before that fells just a couple of the Spring Army, the first line of the Spring Army, before they just roll over them like a tide of wrath, like water pouring over a small village, a tsunami hitting a home. It is a devastating victory and completely desolates them to a man. And as the order was put out by the Knights of the Scorched Earth, not a man is left alive. They are all put to the blade. And with that, this army is destroyed, never to befall the Iron Fey, or excuse me, to befall the Feywild of their tyranny ever again. And with that, the large town of Silvervoss is claimed by the Feywild once more. And more than that, you get to have their supplies, which means that your armies are going to, they're going to be a little supplied, and it's going to help them out. And I'm going to figure out those bonuses later, but with the help of the sea monster, Palmaias Laturos, it roars out a mighty roar and returns back to the sea from whence it came. You do not know how Uchingthern persuaded it to the battle, but you did, and it was needed. Incredible. With that, you have won this phase in the war. You guys sit back and sip your tea. You go, oh, it's another victory. Right. And will very happily be noted as the victors of this second sort of wave in the conflict, in this war. Well done. There is not much left to do on this battlefield. Okay, there will be reports that come in about the victory. As everyone's cleaning up, this army makes its way into the forest. We will see what happens to them. But one thing is very clear, is that this army packs up from the fort and rolls on down the road and joins the army here at Lekar, bringing their supplies with them, along with this army that has been actually in conflict this whole time. 1, 2, 3. So I'm just going to run a quick calculation here.
Can we get a quick time of day check?
Yeah, it's the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's the end of the day. No problem.
I feel like we've done a lot.
You guys have been... This battle, this war has really turned around for the Feywild these last couple days.
To be fair, most of the day we've been just sitting around getting reports.
Hanging out.
Yeah. We've
Hanging
just kind of been
out.
chilling the day.
Vivian is fine with this.
Sitting around your crystal ball, just scrying on all the battles.
Yeah, frankly.
It's actually pretty cool.
Okay, with that, the satyrs begin to sort of dance and cluck their hooves together, and play songs of victory and celebration as they hear that the war is going well, that pretty much the entire southern board of the Summerlands has been claimed back once more by the Feywild. Everyone's very happy to hear that. Is there any role play to be had or anything to be done in the wake of these resounding victories? Or are you guys such staunch commanders that you're ready to possibly make the final push to victory?
So, are we not gonna look at what happened with the one on the right, the singular lot?
These guys over here?
Yeah.
Our people are still heading there, and the Dryads are hiding
I was
out
gonna
until
say,
they have
would
some
they not-
reinforcements.
Yeah, it's a good point. These guys will have definitely made it to the seaside, and you wanted them to be, I assume, approach stealthily. So I'm going to roll the army's stealth checks. You'll receive reports that the two armies are in position and do not seem to have roused suspicion. You wanted the Rangers to go to the forest side, so they will report here. That's kind of where the armies are at this point. That's kind of where things are at the end of the day here today.
Okay, so we just get word out to the armies to well done, well fought, good day's battle, rest up.
Got it. So you want the rest of the armies to just kind of head over here for the car?
I don't know, do we want to head there just yet, or do we want to see if we can get the gnolls in and this burning hut, see whether they can help?
We'll try and recruit as many allies as we can on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
I would
cut
like
off
to-
their supply, so like, even if they're waiting a day or two, they're kind of getting screwed over the longer we wait. Like, as long as nothing else happens.
We actually are in a place where if we just hung out for a couple of days and consolidated things, it would hurt them more than it hurts us. And I'm not saying that we should, just that we could if we felt the need to.
I still think we should stick with the supply
Absolutely.
base
Yeah.
so they don't try to, we're there in case they try something.
I'm just doing a couple calculations now. So these guys- supply to go on that.
Do we want to send the maidens as an emissary to go and speak to the Lady of the Lake? No, that's not what it was, but
The Lady of the White Well.
that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Might as well.
They seem to have done pretty well with.
She can't
the
leave.
sea monster.
Mm-mm.
She can't leave, but she may have other benefits she can impart. She is a powerful architect.
And also, they're probably still gonna want to go down river on their way to
Yeah.
their
He
main
controls the
encampment.
rivers. We should absolutely speak to her.
I mean, if you want, you guys could go speak to the Lady of the White Well yourselves while the armies are moving. That is also possible.
Vivian's she is a statesman.
And I'll throw out there, I mean, I don't usually want to make this possible, but considering we are missing some troops today here in our wonderful game, you could always say make Tamlin the commander of one of these armies. And so, like, if you guys wanted to talk to go to the Lady of the White Well and have the Swan Maidens meet up with you guys, You could send Tamlin forward with them or Jace with them, and they could function as the commanders for the duration of the session.
Can we send Tamlin with the Swan Maidens just because I feel like he'd really be into it?
I think we're
I'm not wrong.
I mean,
They
if
have a
there's,
commander though.
if there's chance to have, I mean, so sorry, the one that you're just moving in the Torch Forest.
Oh yeah, Yoriot.
I mean, there's him, there's the well, and then you've got the two in the middle. I mean, we could always go and speak to each one of them and see whether they would come and help.
Yeah, I've got a couple transport via plans that I can take us hopping around.
It's true. It's the end of the day, but if you guys wanted to go do some of those preparations here in the evening for your long rest or whatever, totally possible.
It's always best to do this stuff at the end of the day, and then you don't have to waste spell slots tomorrow. That's my theory.
Yeah, we'll do it before we long rest, definitely.
All right, where do we want to go first? Well, lady?
Yeah, start furthest like a way back.
Okay. So the Knights of the Scorched Earth plan to travel out to meet with the Lady of the White Well in Khadibra. Was there any plans you wanted to drop for tomorrow, or would you rather do like go see the Lady of the White Well, have your long rest, do the plans tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll do all the planning. I mean, if they're moving up from, I wouldn't have put the armies any further than the fort that they retreated from, so the one in the middle. So where we are now, the fort there in the middle.
This one over here?
So
Okay.
put our armies, make our armies move up to that point.
Assuming they can move.
They can receive the order to do so in the morning. They're going to have to rest
Yeah.
throughout the evening, but they can do so in the morning. Yeah, but the order can go out if you want. So sure, that order goes out. You want that the army of Silvervoss to head north to station themselves at Willowwatch. You want anyone to hang back here in Silvervoss?
Keep the leprechauns there, and then because we've still got the cavalry over in Zimmer, so on the ranch.
Okay. So the leprechauns will stay. Does that include the Archfey who commands them?
Skellic?
Skellic?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, the leprechauns are going to hippity-dee! They're going to stay there. These armies are going to begin to move up with Morgan Le Fay. Basically, Morgan Le Fay leading the army. We'll begin to head up towards the watch there. Is the Swan Maidens and Iching Thurn going with them, or are they traveling up the river?
No, let them travel up the river, I think,
Right.
so that they're in their favoured terrain, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. It might take a little bit, but they can certainly go there. And there's nothing saying that you can't wait a couple days. Like the bad guys will get a chance to move, but you guys will too. Oh God, she's really good.
Oh, that was that.
And they're dead. Never mind, they're gone. No, you're good. They'll begin to travel up the way. Okay. Lucky you guys. The Treants are right here. You can keep your army supplied. Lucky you guys. Your army will be supplied by the Treants. Here and here in the forest. So these guys will maintain their 5 bonus supplies. These guys are a little bit out in the wild, so they're going to lose their supply bonuses. They're supplied, but not perfectly supplied. Dryads, as they are stationed there, I'm going to afford them a full supply bonus because they can travel back and forth between the forest and here. So they'll be okay. To receive supplies fairly easily. These guys are doing okay. They're fully supplied. Morale is up. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay. Okay, cool. Things are good. Let's do you guys. Let's head over to the Lady of the White Well. All right, give me a second just to set the scene. Let's see. I'm gonna check my board and see if we got anything good. Sure. Yeah, it's the first. It's right. Okay. So, Trixie, you use your power, I assume, to scry and find a tree to transport to. Yeah. So, geez, that's a really loud, beautiful forest. It's so beautiful, I can barely hear. It's not really the vibe I'm going for either. Yeah, that's more like it. All right, you guys come to a very strange place, and you come here in the eve. You arrive at the very place that your Dryad scouts and Titania, Queen of the Fairies, reported to be the place to go to. Leaving, of course, Jace and Tam Lin behind for important Satyr Crown duties, I assume. You head over there, travel through. Somebody make me a survival check to see if you can find what it is you're looking for.
Did I just do that, guys?
You got it. Okay, I can do it. I think yours is a little bit better.
Yeah.
26.
26. Very cool. You will all travel through the woods for a time, following after Triswin. Not terribly long, as you had already placed your sensor somewhere toward near where you're supposed to go, and you will find yourself coming to the epicenter of 3 great lakes here in the Feywild. In the center is a beautiful pond. It is small, but intimate, and it is amidst beautiful foliage. And alas, you find nothing. You find no Lady of the White Well, you find no powerful spirit, you find none of these things, to your disappointment. But then the sun goes down, and the moon rises. And as it rises, it reflects upon the lake just so. You will see rising up out of that perfectly circular moon, as if, how do I describe it? She just simply rises from it, and as she does so, this beautiful feminine form almost clothes herself in a shroud of that moonlight that she appears from. She appears through, and the moonlight almost seems to pull onto her and form into a beautiful, lavish, silk-like white dress. As she forms around in circles, she stops with grace and poise and a fair bit of sorrow about her that only adds to her beauty. Her ears are long and elven, and there is something indeed Archfey about her, but something more. You understand that you are in the presence of something you haven't been in the presence of before. You've defined it, or at least some people have tried to define it for you. There's something about this Archfey that is different, something that is more. Her grace is unparalleled. Her power, perhaps, is unparalleled. She's just simply beyond what you can count. Something different. And she looks at all of you. And she looks at all of you with sort of curiosity. And she goes through each and every one. Almost like someone look, like almost like in Europe, where like someone like looks across the way at like an attractive man walking down the street, a woman who's like sort of like seeing him, almost like falling in love or deciding if she's falling. She looks very much like this as she looks from each of you. She sort of looks at you, Brock, your poise, your thick fur, your armor, your weapons. Looks at you, assessing, curious. Looks to Horlick. Does the same, almost bashfully, but not quite. Then to Trixie. And to Vivian. And again, with just this touch of curiosity, lightly steps across the pond. Little ripples circle outward, and that little wave of white crest, as if moonlight itself spread from her very toes. She glows like those portraits you see of spirits in ancient Renaissance paintings. And she approaches, and she speaks. Who are you all then? You all who comes to my pond?
Vivian will look around just to see if anyone else wants to step up.
We are the Knights of the Scorched Earth.
I see. I have not heard of you. I'm so sorry. I am not afforded much space or news from our place.
We're here to protect these lands.
These lands. The Feywild.
Yes.
Drive out the Iron Fey.
Iron Fey. She looks up to the moon. And she nods as if able to understand it. She looks down at you and she says, yes. Yes, of course. The moon does cry as such. She looks at each of you. She is going to look at you, Horlick, and say, what is your name?
My lady, my name is Horlick. I am the Storm Lord's avatar. I'm here to help the knights defeat these Iron Fey that is decimating your land.
I see. And you are a great warrior. She looks to your hip where your hilt of your blade sits.
I've been in the service of the Storm Lord for decades. I believe that I am capable of helping these knights to conquest. Yes.
Your heart seems filled with war and loyalty for your lord.
This is all I have known since I was a child.
I see. She looks on.
Can I make an insight check?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Uh, 17.
17.
Yeah.
She's not trying to hide it. She is trying to see if she likes one of you. Like, she doesn't seem to care about you as a group. That's not true. But she's not looking to see if she cares about you as a group or as a warrior. She seems to be looking about to try and understand if there's an individual amongst you that she finds likable or interesting. She will bring her gaze to you, Brock.
Hmm.
Will look at you and tilt her head, and she'll say, "What is your name?"
My name is Brock. Brock Meadowbrook.
I see. Do you have such loyalties, much like your friend Horvath?
I have loyalties, yes.
I see. To someone important to you.
To my queen.
I see. Your heart is filled for her.
You'd say that?
I hope one day I know someone as loyal to me as you to her, sir. She looks on. She looks at you, Trixie. And she says, "Hello. Who are you?"
I am Trisawin. Lovely
Tristan.
to meet you.
It's lovely to meet you too. You have a lovely name.
I mean, the loyalty question, I'm kind of loyal to a lot of people. Like, there's my people back home. You know, I'm a druid, so all the plants, the animals, the Feywild, Prismeer, of course, all the plants and animals here. It's a lot.
You must have a very big heart if you care about all of these things.
Well, I just kind of grew up doing it, so yeah.
Does that mean that your heart is filled? There's no more space in it for anything else.
I don't think that can happen.
She smiles at you, very much liking that answer. Make me a charisma check. Just a flat charisma.
Yeah, sure.
You're good at those, right?
Flat
It
is
does.
the definition of
Yeah.
my charisma check. 12.
Well, she smiles at you, and she will look on.
I have inspiration. Fuck it, I'll use it.
All right, yeah.
Just to see if I can. I'm gonna roll a 1. Watch. I rolled a fucking 12.
That's well. I'm sorry. Let me ask you. Your cloak, your mantle of fallen leaves. What is the advantages it provides to deception or persuasion or?
Let me double check. Oh, that's right. I do have advantage on persuasion.
I will, for that purpose, allow you advantage. I'll allow you one more roll on this check for your mantle.
Okay. Nope. I rolled a
Okay.
2.
Oh, great.
So it's
You
just a
try
12.
with all your natural charisma doesn't it sort of shines through. A little more than usual. She'll look on though to Vivian. Say, "Hello. Who might you be?"
I am Vivienne, daughter of Morgan Le
Vivienne.
Fay and Morpheus.
I've not heard of a Morgan Le Fay, but I do know of Morpheus. He is an interesting one. A god of dreams. Do you
Yes.
dream?
I do.
What
I've
do you dream of?
oftentimes whatever I want. Although that's been complicated. You've
What is it
asked,
that you want?
I think, to be worshipped, but not because it feels good, but it does. But because I like the effect on the world. It just got complicated
On the
because,
world.
yes.
What kind of effect do you want to have on the world? I wonder.
There's a plane called Earth, and there's a lot of trauma, and there's a condition called coma. It's like never waking up. And there are people who pray for their loved ones. I can't heal them, but I can give them the life of their dreams. It's a small comfort.
You wish to fulfill people's dreams, make them come true as much as you can.
Yeah.
Is there any one person in your life whose dreams you wish to fulfill above all?
No, but I wish there was.
Make me a charisma check. Flat. Charisma check.
Flat?
Flat.
That's fine. That was a 19 plus a 17.
Got it. So 17. Your
Sorry,
charisma bonus is plus 17.
Right, because so
You have
Vivienne has
17 score, I
expertise.
assume.
Vivienne has expertise and
Oh no, this is
persuasion.
just flat charisma. This isn't persuasion.
I'm sorry, flat charisma, then
problem.
it's a plus 12. So 19 plus 12.
Okay. What is your charisma score?
I'm sorry. I apologize
okay.
for not understanding. It is a 20. So 19
You have a
plus
plus
5.
5. Got it. Cool. Incredible.
Apologies.
That's really good. No problem. No problem at all. 24. She looks at you, and she looks at you with a sort of more vested interest than she has the other three. And she will, again, step forward in the pond to the very edge. And she'll sort of almost say to herself, perhaps. And she looks at you and she says, I see. Your power is tied to this land. There is a person of great power who provides you this, yes?
Yes.
Does this person fill your heart?
No. No.
I feel often as you do, Vivian, the Dream Weaver. So lonely am I here in this pond, and condemned to it I am. But perhaps one day I might be free. For my heart aches. The only freedom I might find is in the possibility. None have been worthy to earn my heart, but I would offer you my hand that you might try.
Holy shit, I think she's speechless.
And she very delicately offers her hand across the water, like so, as if gesturing for you to come forward and maybe like take her hand and that sort
Absolutely. No.
Yeah.
Take it.
You take her hand, you bend down, you make this sort of courteous, very formal flirtation, almost. And she smiles, and as she does so, there will be a little of moonlight. And a number of things are going to happen. The first of which, and I'm going to leave this in your hands, is that she will give you the opportunity of one of three things. Your Warlock Pact. She is going to usurp it from Titania this way. Without any effort, she will simply steal your pact from Titania, as if picking up a glass of water. You may choose between Celestial, Hexblade, or continue on as Archfey pact. But with the ease that she takes it from you, expect that there will be no other patron than she, not even Seville.
Vivian is ecstatic at this. Like,
well, this is a question for Carmen, because it is just going to happen. I'm giving you the choice of which one you want. Celestial it is. In this moment, Vivian loses all connection to Titania. All power that is invested by Titania a couple days ago ceases immediately, cut by a much more powerful being, this Lady of the White Well. And you will be invested with a celestial power that shocks and surprises you. And you may go ahead and handle and deal with all of that whenever you have time, whenever you're ready. She also is going to alter Snickersnack. The weapon is going to change. I need to do some work on it behind the scenes, but the blade is going to shift and change. The great, thick, great sword-like blade, certain properties are going to remain, but other properties are going to change. It is going to transform into a rather gorgeously slender, slightly arced sword. The blade is like mithril, a silvery blue like the moon, and the hilt is a gorgeous elven design. And there's a number. Actually, there's a couple of names in elven script wrote along the edge of the blade. I want you to make me a history or arcana check to understand what your weapon is and has become.
Pretty sure that's going to be Arcana, because that's a +7. On a 12, so that's a 19.
19. In great elven families, and Trixie, I'm going to just give this to you for free. You're going to recognize it. Great elven families of the material plane, wherever, are often marked by their lineage. And by that lineage, a blade. And that blade is passed down from generation to generation. With each generation, its power grows. These blades are considered the most potent weapons known to mortal life. They are called moon swords. And they are artifacts of the elven people. They often take decades for mortal smiths to create. To even get one started in the name of the family, but you are given one in this instant. It is going to carry the same vorpal properties. It is going to carry the same charisma-based use property, as it will have the name of someone you do not recognize at the very top. It is going to have the name of Zabilna, and then it is going to have your name placed on it. So 3 generations have been locked into this blade. And yours is going to come with an extra power. So this is an artifact that you now possess. And again, I need to do some work on it, but it is the weapon.
I thought Snickersnack is pretty cool, so.
Dual wield,
incredible.
dual wield.
She says, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to give you guys an excerpt from basically Full Lady of the White Well to give you some semblance of her aura, as by another author. It began with a ripple. The white well's still waters reflected the Fey moon's pale light until the pool appeared milky white, stirred as if some irreverent specter had tossed a pebble just to see what would happen. And the ripple became ripples. The ripples became froth, and the water boiled and seethed with alarming violent motion. Then it stopped, perfect stillness reigning once more. It was then that the white blade rose from the waters, inch by inch, and climbed ever higher until a platinum crossbar appeared, to be followed by a pearlescent handle, gripped by a flawless hand whose skin was cream, whose grip was ease. The sword stood above the still pool, raised high by an expectant hand. I waited, uncertain for a moment, until reason told me the sword was being offered. In moving into the pool, which I did after my shameful hesitation, I took the first step onto Destiny's road. And this is now your path, as a warlock of the White Well. And she says, my place is here. I cannot leave it. But I will watch you. Maybe, hopefully one day, you might earn my heart. In the meantime, I shall watch your deed. I shall help you in it. More than just this place. I shall bear your army with the blessing of the moon, and we shall see what victories you can bring to this plane. I hope very much I might see your face again.
I think she probably just bows and kisses her hand, and you've seen Vivian speechless.
She will smile at you and very gracefully turn and walk deeper into the pool, back to where the moon once sat in the water, and look up to the sky, to the moon, and almost hold her hands to her chest like a young woman hoping on a shooting star that just something might happen. And just as she came, she will slowly spiral and sink back into the blessed waters, her dress sort of unsheathing from her beautiful form and returning back to the reflection of the moon. And she will vanish. Your army will receive an additional blessing on top of the Warlord's, the Storm Lord's blessing. So your divine blessing has now become a +2 rather than the original +1.
Oh,
Very cool.
Back to good health. Couple of days.
Right. Well
I
done.
will quickly post a picture in the Feywild chat of what your sword looks like now. A beautiful, slender elven blade. And if you really zoom in, you can see the elven inscription along the side of the blade.
Oh, pretty.
And it's just Elven that is on the blade. No other language, no.
It's elven script, and it's just like names down the side of the blade.
And I assume none of us recognize the top name.
Make me a history check.
Okay, finally rolled well. 24.
24. So, in your time, you traveled through the lands of Prismia. You encountered the Jabberwock, which is actually a legendary. It's a creature of legend. And Snickersnack is the legendary weapon meant to fell the beast. They exist because of poem, a very famous children's poems that exists in the material plane, which has been read to you that you recall in this moment. It goes as such, wrote by an elf by the name of Lewis Carroll, very interesting named individual. 'Twas brilling, and thy slithy toes did gyre and gimble in the wave. Oh, mimsy were the boar groves, and the mom raved outgrabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaw that bite, the claw that catch. Beware the Juk bird, and shun the frumious Bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the maximum foe he sought. So resented he the tentum tree, and stood a while, he thought. And as an uffish though he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tungly wood, and bumbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and though and through the vorpal blade went snicker snack, he left it dead, and with its head he went grumbling back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my Belemish boy. Oh, frab joy day, Calloo Calais, he jorted in his joy. 'Twas bling, and the sly toes did gyre and gimble in the wave. Oh, mimsy were the boar groves, and the mom rats out brayed. This is the story of the defeat of the Jabberwock. And you know, there's never named the man who bared the vorpal blade that slew the Jabberwock. And though the Jabberwock to this day is not yet slain, the blade was borne by another who did face it in terrible battle. It says Brock Meadowbrook. The original wielder of Snickerstack.
Small world.
That's cool.
Sweet.
Cool.
Really want to go talk to the other mysterious character in this Fey realm, the forgotten whatever, Archfey.
Yeah. Sure.
That's what I want to do. I don't know what everybody else wants to do.
Yeah, let's go talk. I'm alright with that.
Well, I gotta go with you. I'll be stranded out here. I'm not walking.
Yeah, I just you're not coming by.
I'm not walking.
No, we'll all go with our. We all go with the wheels, right? The person with the keys. That's who we all go with.
I'm just like, I'll be right back, guys. You see me run through a tree now. Just fucking bitch, you guys.
Fuck. We're stuck out here.
Well, shit. Okay, so another scry and another transport.
All right, where are you going specifically?
The Forgotten Man.
The forest. Is it in the Forest of Strangers? Where are you
Yeah,
at?
That's right. You're going to the Palace of Delamunster in the Forest of Strangers to find the Forgotten Man. How interesting.
We remembered to seek out the Forgotten Man.
And then as long as nothing horrible happens, I'll be able to get us back to the base.
I think if, depending on how amicable he is, we could rest there, and then our next place would be right there, isn't it? Over the hill.
I mean, it'd be better to... I guess it depends, but... I just think it'd be better to be back where all the dryads are. If there are, you know, information network, essentially.
Right? Let's see.
Right, I'm just interested into why there's only that one little guard over this side. This bit of they've got something there.
Yeah.
And I need to know.
We'll hit that tomorrow. As long as nothing else comes up.
No, I don't mean as
in, we are right there.
I know, that's what I'm thinking, but if we could long rest and then go there, which would obviously be
All right. Hey, hold on a moment. I'm just trying to find because I never know where you guys are gonna go. And maybe it makes me a bad DM, but I don't prep every single potential encounter across all these boards. I have 6 games going, so I apologize for that. But I'm just grabbing a board real quick.
I mean, generally, we're just gonna pick the most inconvenient thing for you.
Mm-hmm.
You should plan for that.
Yeah, like what would I not expect? And then I get a whole existential crisis out of it. I try and expect the unexpected, which is entirely unexpected.
Did we get any information back on how this encounter with the trinket guy tried to talk to this guy?
No.
He's just like, it went badly. Okay.
Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, it didn't quite work out. And you guys are like, well, just stay in the fucking village. You're like, stay at the farm. And he's like, oh, okay.
Look at the wall.
Look at what you did.
Did they have stocks?
Exactly. Okay. you guys in the night are going to come to a surprisingly spooky forest for the Summerlands. Filled with mist is it. You come upon this forlorn castle, cathedral, palace, not terribly grand, is it? But here it is. And you begin to move towards its gates. Very quickly, you will see yourself encountered with people, strangers walking through the woods, dressed in a way that more you as well, Horlick. Brock, Trixie, and Horlick would find common to the places they once came from. Dressed in normal garb here and there and wander to and fro, confused. Looking left and right, you would recognize them as Feywild. These sort of insane, memory lost people who wander to and fro and have no sense of themselves or anything else. You wander up to this big old palace, and I assume you knock on the doors.
Yeah.
Now, we don't happen to notice any Iron Fey here looking confused, do we?
Ooh, that's good. Let's find out. Make a perception check. Sometimes the players just make the story for you. It's great.
Like, why? 15. I have a plus 13, guys. I rolled a 2.
You,
My passive perception is 23, if that helps.
what did you roll total? You rolled a what?
15.
A 15. You look around, you see many, but you do not see any Iron Fey. No. Just mortals, mostly. No half-elves, no elves. Nothing that you would consider elven in any way. Humans. Maybe a very infrequent gnome, but many halflings, couple dragonborns, dwarves, these sorts of creatures, things that don't really belong to the Feylands, just sort of wandering around, vacant. You eventually come to this cathedral-like place that looks somewhat forgotten. I just sparked it up, but none of the lights would be lit. It looks like a ruin. It looks like no one lives here. But the door is closed. You walk and approach and knock on the door.
Yes.
Yeah, and if it's dark, I'll just take out my sword because that provides light.
Yeah. A bolt of lightning will emanate from the hilt, and you will light the way. No problem. You guys approach the door. What do you do?
You're a nice rattle, enough to make the door shake a little bit.
Make sure the door shake a little bit. The door does open to you. Creaks open as if it was left ajar. Just sort of almost like when you knock. You know when you knock on a partially open door, it just kind of pushes slightly, lazily. Yeah, and you guys very exactly open the door and enter within. And indeed, you find yourself inside the interior of this place, where you see a man. He is hooded. It's a sort of tattered hood. It's a nice cloak. Though tattered, it looks like it once might have been regal, even. And the man underneath it has a similarly vacant look, though not without sense, just without reason or will. Underneath his clothes are regal, but again, lost for color, somewhat tattered. And he just sort of like looks at you all, says, "Who are you?"
My lord, we are the Knights of the Scorched Earth. We are
Go ahead.
here to gain some favor and see if you are able to help in the fight with the Iron Fey.
Iron Fey. I recall, perhaps, these things, but it has been some time since I've had company. Why don't you stay for a while, and we can talk about your Iron Fey.
We can talk, my lord, but it would need to be brief. We have a lot riding on the expedience of many conversations.
I see. Shame. It's been so long since I've had company. Very well. Come, sit by the fire. He'll just sort of plop down in a chair nearby.
Well done.
What is it you expect to gain from me?
The Iron Fey are destroying the Feywild. There will not be much left of anything apart from the Iron Fey. It will destroy the whole land, make it a desolate wasteland for themselves. He's
It
not.
sounds. Yes.
Sorry.
It sounds a dreadful fate, all things stand.
It is. And we're here to stop that. And seeing as this is part of your land, and you are part of this land, we are here to see if you would give us a helping hand. Whether there is something that you could provide to help us, or an army, I'm not sure. This is why we are here to discuss.
I see. And what sort of reciprocity would you offer for my aid?
What is it you would like?
I don't dare want, not anymore. I don't dare seek for better things, for more than my station. No, not anymore. I must be content with this place that I sit in. It is dangerous to want too much. So simply offer, for I do not mean to beg.
What about like a vacation away from here? Because this all feels a little depressing.
A vacation.
You know, like
From-
travel outside of the dreariness of here.
I feel in fear that I am quite affixed to my land. To be separated from it, we'll have to unravel the Feywild itself, I expect. You probably
there
have to know
something
somebody who has some kind of crazy sword who could do something like that.
Yeah, I don't know if we have anybody by that description.
Yeah. No one with a great item that can completely change the way the lands of the Fey work entirely? No. Okay. Fair enough. It was more of a sort of imaginary description. I don't really know where it came from, honestly. But a vacation, it would be nice, though I do not know how you would achieve such a thing.
I'm
How about
honest.
maybe putting a bit of bit of a change of weather. We maybe
Change
brighten the place up a little bit. Take away this dreariness and put a bit of sunshine on your face.
It has been a long time since the mists of these lands have been moved from here. Make a persuasion check.
Come on, fuck off. Natural one.
For a total of?
Jesus. Sorry. Give me one sec. I know what that is now. Persuasion. So 11.
11. He goes, that would be very nice, but I don't believe you could ever do such a thing. It would take a really powerful individual.
So
Not really.
I will use Thunderhill. Oh. I will. Sorry, I just need to find it.
No worries. Either way, it should be in your spell list, I think.
Yeah. So control weather. I will use a charge
Got
for
it.
that, and I will make it a nice, warm, calm day.
Got it. You raise your blade to the air, and there is the crack of thunder, and the wishing of the wind harrows outside the hall windows. And in a torrent that lasts for some 10 minutes, as it all comes to an end, and all the mist has been blown aside and the clouds have been removed, sunlight shines through the window like the end of an old Pokemon movie. And you all step outside, and he looks outside and looks up at the blue sky, sees the sun shining down even though it's the middle of the night. This is the Feywild, you know. And you see tears roll down his cheeks, and the sun, you feel the temperature move as that tear rolls down his cheek. You feel that almost the temperature seems to almost regulate, and the birds begin to chirp. He is the Archfey of this place, and he does alter things as he feels. And he is reminded what it is to look upon the great blue sky. And he says, splendid. And he will turn back to you, Horlock, and say, you have given me a great gift, stranger, to see the sky again. It's been so long. I've not seen blue since before I can remember. I owe you a boon, for that is how it works here in the Feywild. I am the forgotten man, and I harbor all those who have forgotten who they are. So I ask you, is there someone you wish me to harbor, or perhaps is there someone who you wish for me to make them forget? Simply forget.
I would say, if and when this war is finished, myself. But that seems to be selfish.
You can be selfish. If you wish to return here when your war is done, Orlick, you may dwell here, and let all things in your mind slip away, and forget who you are for all time, and be taken care of here in this place, as all the other lost of the Fae are.
That may well be an option, but that is for a later date. I believe there is one Dertas. Is it? Am I pronouncing that right? Sorry.
Who?
Dertas.
Dertas.
Oh,
Commander
Dertas.
Dertas. That's what I was thinking.
Dertas. He'll think to himself. I remember this name from someone who came before, who was like all of you. Not long ago, this Dertas, he is your enemy in these lands, yes? He commands these evil, these Iron Fey, you speak of?
Yes.
Well then, Horlick, know that wherever he is right now, he does not even remember his name. And this will essentially make Horlick an ineffective commander, and any army that he is currently commanding will not gain the benefits of his commander abilities. And they will lose and all of his armies will lose that misc bonus, anyone under his direct command.
You mean?
So
For Dertas.
Dertas.
immediately,
Yeah, Dertas.
Dertas. So immediately,
That's right.
Dertas loses all of his ability as a military commander, as he has no idea who he is or where he is, and his armies are left without leaders.
Convenient.
Amazing, guys. Aren't we glad we came here?
That was so well done.
Oh, well, I want to leave something as a reminder of his promise. But I can't think of what it is at the moment. I need to have a check and I'll let you know.
Always remember to never forget.
Wait, what?
I can druid craft some flowers for the time being while the sun is out. They'll be fine. We can do something. We can come back later.
Well, I will remind you, my Fey friends, all things in the Feywild are reciprocated. There's always an exchange. If you leave something here, we will leave something for you sometime in the future. That might not always be a good thing.
I'm going to leave
There are no
my
gifts amongst
signet ring
You leave your signet ring.
as a reminder of his promise.
He takes your signet ring and looks back at you and says, I expect I will be seeing you again one day. Perhaps as a forgotten man yourself.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, if there's anything else, you may return to wherever it is you wish to return to.
Do we want to talk to the fiery people?
Depends on whether we can get there or not. Because
I
we need to
can-
get back home as well, don't we?
I can get us there, and yeah, I could cast at a higher level to get us back. Because I would only need to scry to get us to the fire thing. I wouldn't need to scry to get us back to the fort because we've already been there.
So you could bounce over to the burning cottage and then bounce back. Okay. Okay. Incredible. Let's see if I can find a cottage on fire.
After all this time with the Knights of the
Yeah.
Scorched Earth, you don't have a on-fire cottage primed and
Nope,
ready to go?
Just a not on fire cottage, unfortunately.
What it's worth, we are true to our name.
Yeah. I will say the
We
name
didn't
is
do
not...
it to this one.
No, not to this guy. This guy's not going to be left in flames.
Oh, that's pretty. Set
I
on
swear,
fire.
officer, it was on fire when we found it.
Yeah, that's pretty much on fire. Incredible. You scallywag. All right. Just going to go.
These
get
are probably
me
the only people that are going to like our name.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's perfect. I like that. Boom. Boom shakalaka. A little water. Set it on fire.
The water?
Yeah. There's water. There's a fire burning right next
The
to it.
Iron Fey are leaking oil everywhere.
Right? There's blood in the water. It tastes irony.
What did they do to this place?
This is a damn place. This isn't a river. It is a tomb. What? All right. Congratulations. God, you guys put me through my paces. That's okay, though. Don't stop. All right. It is the middle of the night. Let's see. What would be? Yeah, a little wizard smoke. Sure, why not?
Well, I feel like we arrive and then immediately decide to go somewhere else.
Welcome to my farm.
Yeah, fuck this, we're out.
No.
Yeah. Look at this guy. What a loser. I'm not talking to him. All right. Let's see. Horlet, Rock, Trixie, Roll Call, and Vivian. All right. All right. All right. You guys appear and aptly named in the middle of this great verdant forest surrounded by mighty trees of the Feywild. You find the small little respite where there's a cottage on fire. What do you do?
Go up to the cottage and see what's what.
Yeah.
Do we see anything? Anybody?
Make me a perception check.
I knock on the flaming door.
You want to knock
Why do
on
I
the
keep
flaming door?
rolling so badly?
I don't know.
20.
You have a mage hand that could do that from a distance.
Mage hand dies. It screams a little bit. Doesn't have
21.
21. You look around very keenly for anything, and you do see something. Most curious thing that you look up into the fiery cottage, and you see amongst the wisps of flame a strange creature. You see this this almost like demon-like head. It is red skin, absolutely no hair, bald, spikes protruding out of its forehead and out of the back of its cranium, fangs coming out of his lip, very orc-like almost, but his skin is completely red, and he is covered in jewels. Very, like, he's got, like, bracers of jewels, bracelets. He's got a just very strange individual, and half of his body is flame, and he's sort of, like, hiding amongst the fire and, like, looking at all of you from within the flame, but you catch him in his stealth.
Infernal. I'll talk to him and just say, good evening. We are the Knights of the Scorched Earth. We require maybe your assistance or a parley of sort.
A huge torrent of flame erupts at the top, and he sort of cackles. And he'll sort of reveal himself. I'm going to show a picture of exactly what he looks like in the chat. And he's going to say, and as he sort of reels back with his mighty flaming eyes, looking down upon you in all of his physical might, he goes, "So, you're the Knights of the Scorched Earth. My, have I been looking forward to meeting all of you. I am a huge fan, I say. Well done, what a name. You should work for me. I love burning shit down, evidenced by my wife's cottage."
By his what cottage?
My wife's cottage.
Oh my god.
It's always on fire. She loves it, I promise. Where are my manners? I should introduce myself. I am the Afriti Naznam al-Nazim. You don't need me to spell that, right? Good. Anyway, and in your incredible intellects, you do know how it's spelled. Naazanna. I'll hit you with that again. Naazanna. Al. A-L. Dash Nazin. Nazin. Nazana Al Nazin. And you'll see stepping out is an incredibly attractive woman. Of course, not as attractive as the Moon Lady, who Vivian's apparently courting now. But still, quite something. You see this woman walk out, and yeah, pretty much looks like this. She's like in like a skimpy green Feywild outfit, classic like female like early World of Warcraft like mage. Just the boobs are out, completely unprotected armor, long white hair, long pointed ears, a super cool staff, and she goes, "Husband, what are you yelling at? I was sleeping." He goes, "Don't lie to me, woman. You trance. You're an elf." She goes, "Fine, I was trancing. What's your point?" And he says, "Get on with it, woman. What's your problem?" He goes, "You're yelling and I'm tired. It's been a long day." He goes, "What do you mean a long day? I haven't done anything." He goes, "Yes, I have. I was up with my friends." He goes, "All right, I'm sorry. Go back to bed, my love. I'll see you later. Don't worry." She looks down at all of you and goes, "Oh, but who are your friends?" And she'll suddenly not look quite as cranky and sort of step forward. She'll very 1 to 2. Like she walked out very sleepy. She sees you all now. She's like, "Hello," and walks all sultry in your direction. She goes, "Whatever are such attractive creatures doing on your land, husband?" "Well, who are all of you?"
We are the Knights of the Scorched Earth.
The Knights of the Scorched Earth. I do have a thing for men with fire.
I see
Right.
that.
My goodness. Why are you covered in ice if you're so into burning things?
If it's cold enough, it'll still burn.
Ooh, my, how hell you are. And Nazana says, "Get back inside, you wench! Are you trying to steal my woman? You know how hard it is. Why do you think I'm out here in the middle of the woods?"
That's why you're out here. I thought it was just to burn stuff.
"No, of course not. Look at the forest. It's perfectly fine. It's just my wife's home."
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, "I don't understand why our home must be on fire, husband." He goes, it's my thing. Don't embarrass me in front of the Knights of the Scorched Earth. Come on. Get it together. She goes, "You're right. You're right."
Would you like to set fire to Iron Fey and all their stuff?
"Oh, I would love to, but I have to keep an eye on my wife. She is an adventurous wife, she is. If I keep my eye off of her for too long, who knows what she'll get up to. She's an enchantress, you know."
Okay.
And she kind of has looks around, he knows what she's about. She does too.
I just looked to the wife. Would you like to come and help us deal with the Iron Fey?
And he goes, "Go with you? I would love to." He goes, "Hey, I'm warning you. You stay away from my wife, lady."
You can come with.
That's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, you could both come. Then you could keep
Goes-
an eye on your wife.
He goes, No, my wife stays here. She's not going back out into the world. We tried that once. It was not good for our marriage. She'll stay out here in the forest, and that's final." She goes, "You don't let me meet anybody." He's like, "Because you fuck everyone you meet." She goes, and she runs over to the tree and does one of those against the tree. He goes, "Oh, quit your complaining. You know it's true. Listen, if you all leave, I'll help you out. Yes, that's right. I will talk to my friends for you. She goes, your friends? I know they're not just your friends. You're telling me that you just hang out with nymphs all day and definitely don't get into their pants at all. Because of course I don't, they don't wear pants. And she looks sad. He goes, yes. So if you leave my wife alone, I will introduce you to some of my friends. They are orient, they are very fiery, and I am sure you'll like them more than my wife. And the enchantress goes, suddenly, like, very much stopping her crocodile tears, turns to you all, and says, but, you know, if you take me, who knows what we could get up to? Maybe, I know some gnolls.
I'll just like
gnome
talk over her and look at
wilds.
him and say,
Yeah.
deal.
And he goes, and he points at her and he goes, ha 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 ha! And she goes, and she runs inside, flails all the, she definitely like literally like over dramatically
my
flails as she runs inside, crying all the way. And he goes, ha ha ha! No divorce today. And he will let her down from the house, and he will say, very well, let's go. Whenever you're ready, we can go meet my friends.
After you. Let's go.
She goes, it's bullshit, they're not your friends. And he goes, we must go. You guys wish to, and he goes, and he'll like, what will he do? Oh, he's a fucking free. He'll snap his fingers, and you will all, in a burst of flame. And as that burst of flame goes off, that is going to teleport you across the Feywild. You're going to hear his wife go, no, not the trees! And then you guys will be gone. And you guys are, I'm sorry, I'm out of, I don't have a burning forest. I'm sorry for that. Oh, maybe I do.
I'm positive we've set a forest on fire.
I know I have. I know I've got one. I've used one before. Forest, fire, come on, baby.
I feel like in this campaign in particular, we've gotten into a lot of husband and wife lover spats. Like, I feel like
It seems to be a common thing. Yeah.
yeah.
Hence why I was like, yeah, deal. Let's get out of here.
Okay. You guys all arrive with Nazana al-Nazim. And you arrive in this this forest that is indeed partially on fire. It does look like it's in the midst of a forest fire. And as you emerge, you're like, oh shit, like there's heat and whatever, but you do notice that like the fire doesn't spread past where it already is. Like no branches fall off the trees, no tree trunks fall over, the charring doesn't like continue to leap from tree to tree. Everything seems to be quite settled. And Nazim looks quite happy to be here, and he goes, back in my element. And he goes, oh, Orion! He kind of calls out loudly, and arriving from the wood, you're going to see these fiery women. Indeed, much like most nymphs, they are pretty much nude, but they do have portions of their body that are where the skin has been sort of replaced by magma-like stone that sort of protrudes off of the side of their shoulder, maybe off of their head. And it does so in a graceful way, not in like a malformed, rocky way, but almost artistically so. And their eyes burn red, and there is a sort of ferociousness to these women. But as they arrive and they see Nazana, they sort of arrive from the fire and see Nazana and go, Nazana! And they all run up to Nazana and kind of like, just sort of like crowd around him and go, how are you? It's so good to see you. It's been so long. Where have you been? It's been blah, blah, blah. And she goes, ladies, easy. All right, listen, all of you, listen. These are my friends. Knights of the Scorched Earth, I told you about them. They go, the Knights of the Scorched Earth, my, oh goodness me. And they all like look at you all sort of, they don't have hair, but you know, they all look at you with intrigue and excitement and go, whatever could we do for the Knights of the Scorched Earth? And he goes, I don't know, whatever they want. They didn't really specify what they wanted, they just said that they wanted it. And so, here I am making good on that deal. And they all go, Whatever you say, Nizana, so long as you come and visit us again. And he goes, of course. Someone has to keep you all in check. And they go, we love it when you keep us in check. And he goes, well, there you go. Are you going to leave my wife alone now? Or are you going to stay out of my forest?
Yes, I will.
Great. Sweet. That's how you Fey folk work, right? Reciprocity. You leave my wife alone. I give you an army of Orion. Right? We're good.
Perfect. You got your army, Trixie.
Me?
Mhm.
Oh, that seems appropriate, I guess.
Well, if that's the case, our debts are paid. I'm gonna go home to my lovely wife, fight with her for 2 hours, and then make mad love. You all have a good day now. And he will snap his fingers again, and there'll be another burning flame. And then the Orion will all sort of approach you luridly, and sort of very, not too forward, but pretty forward. Begin to flirt with you all and say, wow, the nights at the Scorched Earth burned anything lately? We were so excited to be with you. And we hang out with you all the time. And they just start to talk at you a bit. And you realize these ladies are probably going to need some direction. They might need a commander at the head of this little army, but for the time being, you've acquired Orion army. Is there anything that you would tell them to do right now? Or do we want to perhaps end the session? You can decide what to do next. And we should pick it up next week.
I would suggest that just as we stationed Tamlin with a group, maybe this would be a good group to put Jace with.
Well, we will see if they're here next week. If they're here next week, we don't want to do that. But yeah, why don't we pick it up next week? You guys are standing before this little Orion army. It's getting a little late, getting a little tired. But you guys have acquired yourselves a couple of boons here and there, some forces, and well done, guys. Well done.
Yeah, if worse comes to worse, I could always send you guys back and I could stay here with them for the night or whatever. But we can figure that out next week.
Okay.
I hadn't suggested that. I hadn't figured that solution to the Titania problem, but right on.
That was good. That was cool.
That was cool.
Yeah.
That was really
I'm
cool.
glad you guys had a good time.
We got so
Yeah.
much shit
Yeah,
done.
absolutely.
Yeah, man. You guys have you're